Okay, at this time, I'm going to call the Parish Union High School District Board meeting to order at 3:03 p.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Nellison?
Here.
Trustee Campos?
Here.
Trustee Garcia is absent right now. Trustee Vallejo?
Here.
Trustee Stafford?
Here.
We have established a quorum. Now, are there any public comments or on closed session items? None this afternoon, so very good. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Nelson, second by Campos. All those in favor? Go ahead and vote. Vote electronically, please. I'm not used to having that fancy stuff when I run meetings. The motion passes 4-1 absent. We'll call them, what are we calling it? We're going to enter into closed session at 3:04 p.m. We're going to reconvene in public session. The regular board meeting of the Parish Union High School District is reconvening at 5:05 p.m. Y'all please stand for the flag salute, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation.
I'd just like to say to everyone, have a great holiday season coming up. Please remember to check in on those that aren't able to do for themselves and be nice to each other. I notice we can disagree, but we can still be nice. And I experience it all the time, and go in the stores and go all over and have very productive conversations. So it's been a pleasure to serve you for the last year, and we'll move on. Thank you for letting me serve.
The next item, 7.1, is election of officers for the 24-25 year, something like that. Somewhere along the way there. So the first office what's that? My computer died. So now we're going to reconvene the regular board meeting of the Parachute High School District at 5:09 PM. Oh, we did all that stuff. 7.1 is election of officers. Do I have a nomination for president?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Vallejo as president.
Any other nominations for president?
I'd like to nominate Edward Garcia for president.
I'll second.
Vote first.
On the first nomination, and then if it shuts, if it doesn't pass, then they're able to nominate.
Okay. So we vote on the first nomination, which is Ms. Vallejo. So oral vote?
I'll put it through,
You're gonna put it,
and then I'll do another. If it doesn't pass, then I'll go and type it myself.
so they're gonna have electronic vote? Okay, electronic vote, if you could vote online there
So this is voting
for Elizabeth.
this is a yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 2 votes for, 3 against. So our second nomination was Mr. Garcia. So Anna's gonna get that one going too.
The motion for Mr. Garcia?
Was by Campos, second by Stafford. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, everybody.
So you have to move over and take over the meeting.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, can I do it from here today? Thank you.
You have to vote on each motion. The first motion didn't pass.
Doesn't
so
need
the second
that.
motion you're voting on.
Okay. I'll let Mr. Dunn. Oh, wait, we're not done. huh?
Yeah.
Do you want me to transfer? Because I'm sick?
You want to just do it from there?
Just today, because I'm not feeling well? Are you guys okay with that? Are you guys okay?
I'm good with
I'm gonna get a mask.
Okay, thank you. So item 7.2, election of officers. Oops, thank you. Election of officers for vice president. Is there a motion? Oh, wait, or nomination, pardon me. I'm a little rusty.
I nominate Steve Campos.
I'll second.
Call for the vote, Edward.
Call for a vote. The vote is 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item 7.3, election of officers for clerk position. Is there a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Tony Stafford.
I'll second.
Second, yeah.
Okay. And that was from me or you? Call for the vote, please. Vote is 5-0. Congratulations. Item 7.4, do I have a nominations for representative for County Committee on School District Organization? Is there a nomination?
Is that me?
Remember,
That was me.
Steve did.
No, I think that was Steve.
Is there a
Anybody
motion?
in particular
Or a
want it?
nomination?
Elizabeth, you interested?
You want to do it?
To do it?
Tony?
All
I
right,
I nominate Trustee Vallejo.
Second.
Call for the vote, please. Awesome. The vote is 5-0. Congratulations. Item 7.5, regular board meeting, selection of the day, time, and location of regular meetings. Do I have a motion to approve the proposed meeting dates?
So moved.
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Sorry.
The vote is 5-0. Item 7.6, appointment superintendent as secretary to the Board of Trustees. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Call for the vote, please. The vote is 5-0. Item 7.7, certification of signatures. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Call for the vote, please. The vote is 5-0. Item 7.8, designation of authorized agent. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Can I call for the vote, please? The vote is 5-0. Item 8.1, recess. The board president will recess the meeting to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute Charter School. And we are recessing at 5:17. At 5:17. Oh, thank you, Tony. At this time, I'm going to call the California Military Institute. Oh, yeah, just kick me out. Is that better? All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to call the California Military Institute regular board meeting to order at 5:18. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Nelson,
Here.
Trustee Campos,
Here.
myself here, Trustee Vallejo,
Here.
Trustee Stafford.
Here.
Everybody's in attendance, thank you. Item 3.1, revision, adoption, ordering of agenda December 13, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any questions? Any discussion? No? Call for the vote, please. The vote is 5-0. Item 4.2, CSEA President Rosa Galvan. Oh, did I? Oh, good catch, you guys. I apologize. Let's back up. Item 4.1, Student Representative to the Board of Trustees.
I believe that's me. So from CMI, Student Representative Cadet Captain Ariana Abreeze Smith.
Good afternoon, I'm Cadet Captain Ariana Abrees, the Commander for the 9th Brigade, and I'll be talking about the events and activities for December. So first we have our sports. So our winter sports have officially begun for our girls and boys soccer and basketball. And here you can see that I've provided some stats for our soccer teams from Max Preps. Next was our Christmas tree lighting. So this serves as a community event filled with various enjoyable activities for all ages, and this took place on December 1st, which this event also serves as a community service opportunity for our cadets, which here you can see our CMI choir participated, holding up signs to say Merry Christmas, and CMI made up a large portion of performances during this event. So here you can see some more pictures. So on the right, you'll see our CMI band. On the top left, you'll see our varsity cheer, and on the bottom, you see our advanced folklorico group. So next was the Memorial Honor Detail, which took place on December 7th. So our team this month totaled 21 CMI cadets, and we were able to successfully complete 3 services, and the next MHD is scheduled for January 29th, 2024. The Christmas Band Concert, so this also took place on December 7th. The start time was 6 p.m., and it featured our beginning, intermediate, and advanced band. The food drive, so this actually started on November 27th and just ended on December 8th, and the Interact Club held this, and it was to support multiple organizations and help those in need. So depending on the items of donation and the number of items, cadets could receive 1 community service hour, and if they donated more than 1 item, they would get more than that. The Christmas Parade. So this just took place on December 9th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the groups that from CMI that participated were Folklorico, Band, Color Guard, Cheer, and our drill, so our marching unit. Each category was judged and scored for the performance, in which CMI brought home 5 trophies. So here's some pictures from the Christmas Parade. So here's our Color Guard, our drill, so our marching unit, and our Folklorico. And also some parent volunteers got up early to come and support, and they marched holding these signs in the parade. Our Turkey Bingo, so this will be taking place on December 12th at 5 p.m., which will be located in the NPR. And multiple games of bingo will be played for the chance of families to win a turkey. So this provides families with a turkey and a meal just in time for the holidays, and the game will continue being played until there are no turkeys left. Finals Week. So Finals Week is this week, so December 11th through the 14th, and it will go Monday through Thursday, with Friday being no school since that is the start of winter break. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative of CMI. Item 4.2, CSEA President Rosa Galvan. Are you here? No? Okay. Next item, item 4.3, CMITA President Angel Love Behrens. Is she here? No? All right, I'm just moving along. Item 4.4, Principals Update.
Good evening, board members. Congratulations to Mr. Garcia and all of you here this evening. Superintendent and Cabinet, it is a pleasure to be here once again with you. My presentation this evening is brief. I will point to the fact that traditionally our enrollment tends to dip at this point in time for a number of different reasons, but that's not the case this year. I'm very, very pleased to report that to you. We are continuing to max out at 1044 according to the last count, which is only 5 students away from the maximum. And that is due to the hard work of the team that has created a lot of communication channels into the community, and community has responded. So we're very, very happy about that. Our attendance continues to be top, around 95%. That always indicates excellent engagement, and students are excited to be on our campus. Finally, really just to conclude, you heard from Ariana Bree. She's our new commanding officer. She's actually the 3rd on Breeze serving and attending CMI. There are 2 more to go. And that always reminds me of that. You will not get rid of us. It's an incredible family. As you can see, they're all leaders, straight to the point. But she elucidated very eloquently for you how involved our CMI students are in the community. And it's something I'm very proud of, very passionate about. As you know very well, the acronym CMI uses is SIR, Service, Integrity, and Respect. And this time of the year, we very much try to emphasize the service aspect.
And you probably have seen CMI students all over the community at this time in different events, and definitely warms my heart. But in particular, I want to mention the fact that Ms. Behrens and her Interact Club collected over 3,000 pounds worth of food and goods that were donated to local charity organizations. St. James Church particularly received quite a bit to donate to the needy. So it's definitely something that, that makes us very proud and be able to contribute to our community. Goodwill ambassadors, if you will. Again, it's been a pleasure serving you, our superintendent, this year, and I look forward to next year. That's all for my report this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 5.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees, non-agendized items.
No takers for CMI.
Thank you. Next item, 6.1, consent calendar, approval of consent calendar items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Stafford? Yes. Do I have a second? Any questions? None? Call the vote, please. The vote is 5-0. Next item on the agenda is 7.1, discipline, November 2023 monthly suspension report. Next item is 8.1, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Any questions, comments? Please vote. The vote is 5-0. Next is information items. Item 9.1, curriculum. Revised art course, visual communications meets A through G requirements. Next item, 9.2, revised English courses, ERWC 11. Is that 11 or 11? 11? I know I have to be correct here. And ERWC 12 meets A through G requirements B. Item 9.3, curriculum, revised VAPA course, cinema studies meets A through G requirements. Item 9.4, curriculum, new CTE, health science and medical technology sector, patient care pathway courses, RCOE intermediate. Now I'm gonna, you know what I'm trying to say, kinesiology, I apologize, I can't get it right. RCOE advanced, you know what I'm saying. RCOE applied RCOE intermediate sports medicine and RCOE advanced sports medicine all meets A through G requirements, G. Item 10.1, other items by the superintendent.
Nothing this evening.
Items 11.1, other items by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say I hope everybody from CMI has a nice holiday season and come back rested, nice and ready to go for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Campos.
Yeah, just really quick, thank you for all that you do and all the different great activities that are going on during this time and what you're doing to the community with the food drives and all the turkey bingos and everything, all the fun stuff. So thank you guys so much. Make sure you tell your staff we wish them a Merry Christmas and a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Campos. Myself, I want to say thank you to everybody because it is hard work and dedication and the strive for success that allows us to accomplish these goals and allow our students to be successful in life. There's just a lot going on, especially around the holidays. Mental illness is real. Suicide is real. So if you see someone in need, please reach out. Just a friendly hi, a smile, anything helps. And, and if they need resources, I know we all have avenues, but 911 would probably be the first step if we're outside, whatever. But otherwise, I know we have resources too. So if we could pass that on. Trustee Vallejo.
Yeah, yeah. I also want to say happy holidays as well. I always thank CMI, all the students and staff, because you guys are always so present with all the community events. So to know that the students perform, but also do their community services hours for all of the City of Paris events, that's what I really appreciate the most, because that's how we are more united, going to all these city events, and then just pretty much just really helping each other out. So thank you, I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Stafford?
Same message. Please, everyone, look out for each other. One note that the district does have an employee assistance program. If anyone needs to point someone that direction or feels that they need someone to talk to, it's a service that we have that is probably way underused. So, of course, it's confidential and allows employees to be able to talk to someone and get through the holidays. It can be very difficult for some of us. Okay, and have a great Christmas.
Thank you. Item 12.1, adjournment, regular meeting of the California Military Institute for December 13, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions, comments? No? Please vote. Oh, there we go. The vote is 5-0, and we will adjourn at 5:30 on the dot. Ooh, sweet. All right. Well, my bad. I'm getting ahead of myself. Please join the meeting. Are we all good? All right. Item 9.1, revision adoption, ordering of agenda December 13, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Campos and Trustee Stafford. Any questions, comments? Please vote. Oh my goodness, 5:31. 5:31, reconvene. I'm sorry, you guys. Let me go back. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. That's okay. The vote is 5-0. Next item are oral reports. Item 10.1, report out of closed session.
No report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you. Item 10.2, district update by the superintendent.
I have a couple things. Scott Moore, our athletic director, assistant principal over at Heritage High School, Heritage Liberty, I keep doing that, was selected as athletic director for the year for California Association, Citrus Belt Area Athletic Directors Association, which covers both Riverside and San Bernardino County. So I want to send our congratulations to Scott for that. Last week I was out of the office all week. I was in Guam representing the district on a WASC accreditation for the whole island. I'd been there 7 years ago when they did it initially, and they asked me to come back. So it's really it was a great experience, and the WASC process just works to help schools be ready for, because if a kid doesn't go through a accredited school, they can't get into a university because the transcript isn't official. So it's a great thing, and you learn stuff every time you go to different places. There's a couple of videos. Diana, are you going to talk about them, or you want me to talk about it?
Or you can go ahead and talk about it if you want me to.
No, we have a time limit. So the first one we're going to see is Santa's Workshop. Wednesday, December 6th, we've been supporting our families for the past 20 years with Christmas gift baskets. We support the entire family. 37 families across the district, over 90 kids received gifts that included toys, clothing, as well as food. Many thanks to Puma with the Parish Union Management Association for their generous donations. And of course, huge thanks to all of our Santa's elves, all of our community liaisons, Marisol, Maria, Teresa Azcuena, and Susan Hudson, Susan Smith, and Alejandra Garcia. So we'll see this video first.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look at the 5 and 10. It's glistening once again with candy canes and silver lanes that glow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store, but the prettiest sight to see is the holly that will be on your own front door. Ho, 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 ho!
Very good. Thank you, Diane, and your team for doing that. We have a second video. I'm going to do a little lead into this one also. And if I mess up some of the words, it's because Diane didn't hyphenetically sound out. There, on December 6th at Heritage High School, they had a Kwanzaa celebration. Over 50 people gathered in the Flex Room at Heritage to have their second annual Kwanzaa celebration. On this day, administration, staff, students, and parents gathered to celebrate the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa is derived from the phrase Matunda ya Kwanzaa, which means first fruits in Swahili. Kwanzaa and an inclusive holiday for 7 days celebrating community, family, African-American culture, and African heritage. As families go through the season of Kwanzaa, December 26th through January 1st, it serves as a reminder to believe in yourself, your family, and your community. The African proverb says that unity is strength, division is weakness, emphasizes that we need to stick together as our community needs us, our staff needs us, and our kids need us, as we have a collective responsibility. So we'll see that video now. Thank you, Diane. I just have 2 more things I wanted to share. I want to send a thank you to Jason Miller as we worked the past couple months together on the classroom utilization issue at Liberty. So we made some good progress, and it's on the agenda tonight as something we're going to be working with to improve the situation over at Liberty. My last thing, one cool thing I get to do is, it's not really part of my job, but I'm the Paris Santa. If you don't know that, the city of Paris has a tree lighting ceremony, and I go and sit for 3 hours taking pictures of little kids. And last Saturday, I was in the parade, and you can see that's the picture. I got a cool car to ride on in the convertible. Wish it was my car, but it wasn't. Today, I was down at Paloma Valley for the severely handicapped kids. They have me come in. I've come in like 3 or 4 years in a row and go in, and they get so excited. Their hands are shaking. We take pictures and have a good time. I have a couple more gigs coming up this weekend. Friday night is the we drive around Paris to different parks. I'm in the fire truck, and we give gifts out to some underprivileged kids that they come line up at the park and get gifts. And then Saturday is breakfast with Santa at the Bob Glass Gym. So I sit there and take pictures again for about 3 hours. That's why I get chubby, because I'm just sitting down all the time. And the last one will be Monday. I'm at the Boys and Girls Club of Menifee. I'll be down there. They had like 100 bicycles donated. So I'll be down there to help give out the bikes to the kids. So that's fun things you get to do every once in a while. You know, all of us have jobs that are tough, and we're struggling with things, but you find your things that make you happy. And getting to hold a 3-week-old kid and take a picture was awesome. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that. That concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. That's amazing work you're doing. We appreciate you. Item 10.3, student representatives to the Board of Trustees. And Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. From Heritage High School, we have student representatives Isabella Martin and Joshua Preciado.
Members of the board, Mr. Bennett, and members of the cabinet. My name is Bella Martin.
And I'm Joshua Preciado.
And we'd like to use our Patriot Press News to showcase our highlights for this month.
I'm Nahum Cruz, and here are your announcements for the day. Some sports updates for everyone. A huge congratulations to junior and captain Sierra Maxwell, as she has 1,000 career points and counting. We're all excited for your accomplishment and can't wait to see everything else you will do. Now we hand it over to Mrs. Chavez and see which staff members were awarded Staff of the Year.
Hey Patriots, Mrs. Chavez here, your proud principal, along with our admin team. It is time to award our Employees of the Year, and up first is our Clerical Employee of the Year. Ms. Navarro, congratulations, you are the Clerical Employee of the Year! Woo! Ms. Johnson, we're here to let you know that you are Teacher of the Year! Ms. Vanessa? We would like to congratulate you because you are our Instructional Services Employee of the Year. All right, guys. Mr. Washburn's in the quad, and we're going to stop him in his tracks and give him his award. Congratulations, Mr. Washburn. You are HHS Counselor of the Year. Guys, we're going to try and call Campus Supervisor Al. You're not here, but I have some important news to share with you.
What's up?
You are Employee of the Year. Come on in, let's go. Good morning, Ms. Johnson and Ms. Johnson's class. Not only is she the Heritage High School Teacher of the Year, but she is the Paris Union High School District Teacher of the Year.
Thank you, Mrs. Chavez. Patriots, it is time to take out our planners. This month's intentional character habit is selflessness. Selflessness is meeting the legitimate needs of others. Practicing selflessness not only builds your personal character, it can also help you build your leadership capabilities as well as generosity. Here's a list of important dates you can write in your planner. Continue to take advantage of the organizational tools your planner offers every week. This concludes our presentation. Thank you all for your time, and we hope you have a great winter break.
Next, we have Trustee Campos.
I would like to introduce from Liberty High School, student representatives Moses Madrigal and Noah Nuno and Morgan Tam.
To the board and the cabinet. My name is Moses Madrigal.
I'm Noah Nuno.
And I'm Morgan Tan.
And this will be done in the month of December.
Liberty continues with the Student of the Month program, with our December nominee being Luis Garcia.
Liberty celebrated the holiday season with a Winter Spirit Week.
Liberty hosted a winter stampede where we cheered on all winter sports with a school-wide parade through the hallways.
Liberty hosted their second annual winter concert featuring band, choir, and other instrumental groups.
The Bison Theater Troupe hosted their first talent show featuring 12 acts of singing, dancing, and instrumental showcases. The first place winner was a freshman named Audrey Boyson, who sang her cover of a top hit Adele song.
Upcoming events are a dance spirit week followed by a winter semi-formal.
As always,
Go Bison!
Next, we have Trustee Stafford.
I'd like to introduce Paloma Valley High School student representatives Cassandra Madigal and Althea Valencia.
Hello, Paris Union School Board and Superintendent Mr. Bennett. I'm Cassie Madrigal, one of 2 of this year's ASB secretaries.
And I'm Athea Valencia, one of this year's senior representatives.
Recently, our winter sports have been dominating the competition, including boys and girls basketball, boys and girls soccer, and girls water polo.
Boys and girls wrestling have dominated in their tournaments. Game Day Cheer took first place and NJROTC placed 4th overall in their competition. Congratulations to our December Student of the Month, Elsie Sisson.
Shout out to our PBHS Teacher of the Year, Kimberly Freeberg, to our Counselor of the Year, Esperanza Solis, to our Surgical and Community Employee of the Year, Annette Blau, to our Safety and Custodial Employee of the Year, Walter Smouse, and last, but certainly not least, to our Instructional Service Employee of the Year, Raymond Pondo.
Our PVHS Paw Formers hosted their annual winter play showing Emily Bronte, Teenage Ghost Hunter. With an amazing turnout, the Paw Formers did an amazing job putting on a fantastic show.
December 5th, our PVHS Band and Choir held their winter concert. They did amazing, and we cannot wait to see how they do for their spring show. On December 1st, ASB held their winter pep rally. Supporting our winter sports and performance groups with amazing participation all throughout, we can't wait to honor our spring sports at the next upcoming rally.
That same day, we also held our annual Winter Wonderland featuring our various performance groups and MVMS Band and Choir, as well as free pictures with Santa and Menifee Fire Department and Police Station as special guests. We cannot wait as our events continue to grow throughout the upcoming years, not only for our school, but for the city as well.
Our ASL on December 7th and 8th hosted their annual winter show titled Christmas Through the Ages. They did amazing, and we can't wait to see how their spring show turns out. Some of our upcoming events for the next year include senior takeout, prom, and many more. That's all for this month. Have a jolly winter. Bye!
Next, I would like to introduce Paris High School student representatives Jesus Alvarado and Janelli Cortez.
Good evening, School Board and Cabinet. I'm Janelli Cortez.
And I'm Jesus Alvarado.
And these are the announcements for the months of November and December.
Starting off, we had our JROTC Raiders team participate in the 2023 Raiders National Championship at the Fort Knox, Kentucky on November 4th.
Next up from JROTC, we also had them participate in the Veterans Day Parade here in Paris. On December 8th, we had a dinner for our very own Mrs. Hayes, who is our ASB accountant, and she unfortunately is retiring after 17 years, so all of ASB and staff on campus found a way to celebrate her and thank her for all of her stuff that she's done.
We also held our first play in the new theater, which was Curious Savage from our play.
From November 27th to December 1st, we had our Spirit Week for Winter Formal. On Monday, we had Pajama Day. On Tuesday, we had Country versus Country Club Day. Wednesday, we had Flannel versus Ugly Sweater Day. And then Thursday, we had Meme Day. And Friday was Class Colors. So freshmen were yellow, sophomores were blue, juniors were green, and the seniors were red.
And then following that, we also had our pep rally on Friday, which was just a performance to show our Yule Ball dance.
And we also welcomed all of our winter sports and various clubs on campus as well. On November 16th, we had our Panther dinner, and we were able to feed over 200 people. Culinary actually made the food.
And I was on the culinary team, and we had a lot of people working in the background to make sure that everybody was fed that day. And we actually had enough to feed everybody and the staff.
And we also had various performances from clubs on campus, such as
Ballet Folclórico, a Grupo Herencia de Culiacán, and then we also had JROTC performing the national anthem.
Next up, we also did a Thanksgiving food drive. Students on campus donated cans to give back to the families for Thanksgiving dinner. We were able to feed 30 people, 30 families, and we gave them a Thanksgiving dinner with the turkey and also toiletries for whatever they may need.
Along as hygiene products like deodorant, shampoo, anything a family would need.
We also had a clothing drive that day, so they were able to come in and pick up their baskets as well as look at any clothes that we had available.
And then on November 20th, we had our CATA, which is an event where ASB goes, and we just talk amongst all of the ASB, and we learn a lot about other schools and how to improve our school spirit and like stuff. And then we share some of our experiences with other schools as well.
Coming back from that trip, we learned a lot about how we can better our school and how we also helped others better their school.
On December 4th, we had our National Honor Society held a Cocoa and Cram event where the students could come and study for their finals while enjoying a nice cup of hot chocolate.
On December 6th, we had our Panther Paint Night. This is a paint night that we have every year, and it's just a low-stress event where people can come and de-stress before finals. And this year we had a Christmas setting, so it was like a snow.
Students were painting trees with like covered. It was just like a nice landform where snow was covered everywhere. A lot of students painted like a tree covered in snow, so it was really cute. And then on December 7th, we had our junior class look at prom venues and go and decide what they wanted for that year.
Yeah, so this is for the prom of 2025, and so they just went and looked at various venues that would fit best for their class.
Thank you for watching, and we hope you have a happy holidays and a new year.
Trustee Vallejo.
I would like to introduce Pinna County Middle School student reps Isabella Duarte and Deani Mayfield.
My name is Deani Mayfield, and I'm your ASB rep.
My name is Isabel Duarte, and I'm your ASB rep. The month of September has been so busy here at Pinna County. Ms. Dyson Harris has been working with the stagecraft and drama class and will be performing the Dreamland of Ozzy this Thursday, December 7th from student actors. Gates open at 4:15. We hope to see you there.
Administration has been working on rewarding all of the students who have had perfect attendance for the month of December. Students will be rewarded with the ice cream and churro party.
Lastly, we have been promoting a lot of school spirit days. Last Friday, we had a teacher and student swap dress code day. Teachers had a great time looking like their students. This Friday is Family Photo Friday, where students and staff are encouraged to wear matching outfits with their group. The week before winter break, we are doing a whole week of themed spirit days.
We're looking forward to our break and coming back to more activities following the following school year. We'll be bringing back lunchtime dances and weekly music at lunch.
We wish you a restful winter break, and we thank you for watching.
Happy holidays.
Stafford. Oh, there's more. Trustee Stafford.
I'd like to introduce Paris Lake High School student representatives Jonah Alvarez, Antonio Benitez, and Jason Lopez.
Falcons. I'm Jason Lopez.
And I'm Joanna Alvarez.
And I'm Antonio Benitez.
And here's a recap of what happened in the past December.
Before we went on Thanksgiving break, we had a Thanksgiving cookout. We spent some time with our fellow peers and our fellow staff. The person that was cooking was Ramon Benz. He is a great cook, and the food was really good.
We also had a talent show. You guys all had amazing voices. I hope to see you guys in the next talent show, and you guys all had amazing, amazing voices.
And for our second field trip of the year, we went to Universal Technical Institute. We met the president, we walked around the campus, they taught us about welding and mechanics, and one of our fellow students, they got accepted there.
December student of the month was Lucas Brown. Congratulations.
December staff member of the month is Mr. Lumba. He is a great counselor. He helps everyone that needs their credits. All in general, he's just a great counselor, the one and only.
And for Spirit Week, it was an amazing week. Many students and staff participated, and we're looking forward to other Spirit Weeks. Hey Falcons, the first and second semester has been a blast, and hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year's.
See y'all next year.
Bye.
Next item, 10.4, CSEA President Nathaniel Nash.
Put it on my phone, give me 1 second. Good evening, members of the board, Grant, and cabinet. Happy holidays to you all, and thanks for giving me this time. So I wanted to just wish everybody and take this time to wish you all a joyous and peaceful holiday season. This time of year is a wonderful opportunity to reflect on the past year, spend quality time with loved ones, and recharge for the year ahead. I want to thank the district for meeting with us at negotiations this last week and for setting dates for future negotiation times ahead. I also want to give a great shout out to the Paris High School for allowing us to host our CSEA holiday party there in their student union. I want to give a shout out to the culinary program for providing the food, absolutely good food, and to their awesome teacher, Ms. Strugger, for providing her time there as well. I just want to say thank you all and just have a great holidays.
Item 10.5, PSEA President Jason Miller.
Thank you very much. I am overwhelmed by the support that is here. We are all here for our families. We are here for our work families. You know who's part of our work families? Students. And there's no group that puts students first better than this group here. I do not like conflict. I don't. But we did not start this, and now it is here for us to deal with. District administration has decided to go to impasse with PSEA. It feels like a declaration of war against employees, and for what reasons we still cannot fathom. It certainly is not the numbers, despite what tale is being spun about how the sky is falling. I mean, really? COLA is over 8%, ongoing. We've been told it might be good to bring some fresh eyes on the scene through impasse. Okay, I think PSEA and all employee groups need to start looking at how the district is being run with fresh eyes as well. Our last best and final offer from the district is 4% ongoing. That is 2% that was already negotiated and another 2% ongoing. The district is not even at contingency language of 6.5, which by agreeing to that, you would have thought they would have prepared for at least 6.5. In addition, the district added a component of a one-time bonus tied to student attendance. That's an insult. Increasing student attendance is an administrative task. It is part of the evaluation for some of our administrators to increase student attendance. Therefore, the teachers should not be asked to do this task. It is ridiculous that some of our pay is being tied to how well management is doing their job for attendance. I'll tell you what, you give all non-administrative employees cabinet level salaries and time to get kids to school, we would seriously consider signing that right now. Even with or without impasse, we are not aware of any plan to increase student attendance. Managers should be thinking of ideas like getting Ubers for kids that struggle to get to school, or asking teachers if they would consider letting students that go to Saturday school make up late work and recapture some of the ADA. You have students that have moved out of the district, and management is aware but have not removed them from their rosters. That is costing us money while managers are taking their sweet time cleaning up attendance. My job is to teach biology. As a teacher, I should not have to think this stuff up for getting kids to school when you have too many managers and not enough real results. Perhaps if we can pull some of these managers away from the conferences, some of these plans could be implemented now. We just took a little peek at the first interim report. You increased your management, your administrators from 83.1, something like that, to 102 between last year and next year. So you have more managers. Why aren't you increasing attendance? PSA is formally requesting a district plan to increase student attendance. As impasse progresses, we are asking that the district commits $0 towards having legal counsel involved in the impasse process. The state mediators are free. If the district does not have money to pay us COLA, as the song and dance goes, then they shouldn't have money to fight us either. The district already pays managers to prepare for impasse, and they are the ones calling for it, so let them prepare it. PSA is asking for an answer in writing to this question, and I will send you these requests via email. Will the district be committing any money to bringing in legal counsel for the impasse process, and if so, why? PSA's message is clear. Teachers and employees are the district's #1 asset. COLA is not a raise. There's considerable money to fully fund ongoing COLA for all employee groups and still keep programs in place. I want to take a quick transition here. Being a roving teacher sucks. PSE is against having any roving teachers. At the beginning of the semester, we were told that Liberty was likely to have a lot of roving teachers for the 2024-2025 school year because of the influx of students. I am glad that the district is getting portables to fix this, but that should have been planned for from the beginning. Liberty is a small school. It feels like it was intentional to make Liberty a small school to try and float more bonds in the future for more high schools. And here you are exploring a bond right now. Once we brought it to district administration's attention that roving teachers are not good for students, all of a sudden a narrative emerged that the curricular structure of Liberty was intended to have roving teachers because it was supposed to be like a college. We are 3 years into Liberty being open, and this semester is the first time anyone really heard about this narrative. Liberty may be trying to have a college feel to it, and that is okay, but it is still a California public high school. Roving teachers in a California public high school is not good for students, especially for a school that is supposed to have a lot of hands-on programs. A teacher would probably spend 30 minutes in class setting up, 30 minutes having students do a project or lab, and probably 30 minutes tearing down for the next class. Roving teachers would literally cut into substantial time for student learning. One more quick transition. I apologize for going long. There are some real things to talk about tonight. We are having some serious safety issues at Pinacati Middle School. I will send you a list of numerous incidents and safety issues at Pinacati so we don't bog down this meeting with a lot of details. In a nutshell, there are kids out of class during the day, there are fights occurring frequently, safety issues are being swept under the rug by site administration. Students are being sent to the office for serious infractions in class and sent right back to the class. Campus supervisors are working hard, bringing wandering kids into the office, and students are right back wandering on campus within a few minutes. I've seen this with my own eyes. Fights are being labeled as horseplay. In one instance, a student set off a stink bomb in class, prompting a relocation of the class to another classroom, and the kid was sent right back to class. I have these things in writing and some stuff in video that I will send you because it's a lot. Site administration is telling our PSEA reps at that site that these problems do not exist. These problems do exist. They need to be fixed. Just walk on campus. Look at video. It will be easy to see. We've been letting the district know this for weeks, and we have no indication that anything is being done. We're telling you this because some kid is going to be bullied, hurt, killed, and the district won't be able to say they didn't know. One student threatened to kill and hunt down and kill another student and a teacher, but is still on campus. You have an attendance problem at Pinacati because students are terrified to go to school because they may get jumped or there may be a fight, and parents are terrified to send their kids to school. PSEA is asking and formally requesting an investigation into the campus safety at Pinacati and a written campus safety plan for Pinacati. Thank you very much for this time to speak.
Next item, 10.6, comments by the Board of Trustees. Is that right? Yes. Is that right? Okay. Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. Like CMI, I'd like to say I want everybody to have a safe and happy holidays, or whatever you guys celebrate. We're going to be hitting 2024 pretty hard. Make sure we're coming back nice and rested and ready to go. And that'll be it for me.
Trustee Campos.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, obviously, we're heading into the Christmas season and the holiday season, and we've got issues here in our own front door, and we got to take care of them. I think the presentation on Kwanzaa, unity is strength and division is weakness, and obviously we have some of that going on right now. I can tell you, at least from my perspective, that I'm going to do what I can to make sure that we are united. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that have to happen. But just know that obviously everything being said here is definitely being heard and basically dissected. And going back to the Kwanzaa thing, I look at what they celebrate: unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Now we're going to need all of that during this season and during this year to make sure that we accomplish the goals that we want to accomplish. And I continue to thank you all, teachers, for what you do. And for the security staff, hopefully, I know this is difficult, for Nathaniel and Jason to come up here and tell us these things, but these are the things we have to hear. And we have to make sure that we're working and we get the full picture as to what's going on. Because if we don't know what's going on, then we can't, our heads are in the sand as well. And so I just want you to know that, hey, we're going to work our way through this. I'm sure that we'll be able to find a way to mitigate all of this, to make sure that bottom line is the kids are safe, the teachers are safe, and that we're all able to do what we're able to do from the seats that we're in. So thank you all for what you do, and here's to looking forward to better times. Thank you. Have a safe vacation time.
Trustee Vallejo. Yeah, I'm skipping myself. I should be last.
Okay, so I just want to say we came back from the CSBA conference like a couple weeks ago. I don't know. I don't really remember. But after I came back, I got really sick. It wasn't COVID, guys. But I learned a lot. I learned a lot of elements and a lot of concepts where I think the district can benefit from. So I will be talking to my team to see what we can do to make just our district more, better. Also, don't forget for the city of Paris, Breakfast with Santa is December 16th, this Saturday at 9 a.m. It's always good to go to these events and support the city as well. Last Friday, I went to the Paris High School Theater play called The Curious Savage. That's actually a really good play. If you guys haven't seen it, you guys should see it. The students did very well. They acted very, very good. And to see the theater, it's amazing because when I was there, we didn't have that theater, but to see that students are utilizing it and they're really going for it, that's what I really do appreciate. And also, just kind of echoing with what Trustee Campos says, is we prefer to hear complaints a lot because that's what, unfortunately, that's how a district is run, sometimes, there are always going to be problems, but we do like to hear them and we want to listen to them. And trust me when I say this, we as a board, we want to fix them. There's just a lot of obstacles that kind of come in the way, but I just want you guys to know that you have a team that is always willing to put all of you guys first, and we try really hard to just see where we can stand on ground and really be united. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stafford.
Thank you. Just like to say first, happy holidays to everybody. What's on my mind is what changes the lives of our students. What person in your life made a difference to you? And most of us, a teacher is going to be in that top 10, top 5, and probably the number 1 most of the time. Teachers are so important. The system really bears a lot with class sizes and the way the schools are operated in the government. We can't solve every problem at once, but if you don't tell us, we won't know. So you have to tell us. I worked in the schools for 10 years and in municipal 20 years before that. Well, problems can be solved. Bureaucracy takes a little more than we're prepared for a lot of the times. It just takes dedication to it, and don't write it down somewhere and throw it to the side and forget about it. So we need to do a better job. I intend to listen as much as possible, and if there's something in particular that I can do for someone, please let me know. It's not that the answer is always going to be yes, because it may not be, but you will be heard. And the first and most important people in our lives are our students. And Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford. First, I want to thank everybody for all the wonderful gifts. You guys made my day. I came in here sick, and I'm like, and then it just brightened me. Candace, thank you. You know that's addicting, that candy. I want to tell the teachers, we hear you. We hear you. Just because we can't respond all the time at certain moments, we're listening. And like Mr. Stafford said, feel free and come to us. I know we have channels to go through, and we're going to recommend you go through those channels. But at the same time, you need to know we're elected, so we're here for you as well. Not just the kids, but you guys as well. So we're listening, and if we could do something collectively, we will. And we appreciate you guys. You are truly valuable. Everyone in this district is truly valuable. Mr. Bruff, I hear you're leaving us. We appreciate your time and your service. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. And everybody else, I hope you all, yes. And I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And again, one more time, our contact information is out there. I'm sure if you can't get it, you could talk to your presidents of your unions. They'll give you our information, and we will listen. You all have a great vacation.
Could I make one point of clarification? I'm not leaving, and I love the Paris Union District. I am retiring. So I'm not expiring or leaving because I'm unhappy. I'm simply retiring.
My apologies.
But thank you for the kind words.
Thank you. Thank you for your service again. All right, moving on. Item 11.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. And there are public comments, so I have to read this card. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agendized item. The board shall limit the total of time for public input on each item to 20 minutes with the board consent. The president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the numbers of persons wishing to be heard. In addition, the president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that the additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. On that note, our first speaker will be Paul Clay. Okay, let's give him an opportunity to come up here.
It's been a while. I'm sorry for being gone for so long. And what is, okay. Hello. I suppose you've heard the cars honking. Right, guys? I have the privilege of addressing you one more time, and I thank you for that. On behalf of the special ed teachers at our site, I'm not sure that it's not happening at other sites. I don't have any firsthand information, but I'll tell you what we do have. We have a situation where from the beginning of the semester, our teachers were in excess of the legal limits on the number of students that each one of them may have. The special education teachers are limited to 28 students on their rosters, period. It has gotten back to me from several people, including people in this room, that, oh, well, that's okay because we were balancing class loads. That is not okay. There is no balancing of class loads when it comes to caseloads for the special education teachers. They are limited to 28. The only exception for that is in the case of waivers. And there has not been, as far as I know, one waiver, at least last time I checked, for all of our special education teachers. And yet they were up to as much as 5 number of students, 5 over the 28 limit. And it hasn't been taken seriously, folks. And you're the ones that really need to take this seriously and dig into this and find out why these teachers are beyond capacity. I want you to realize the importance of this limit because these teachers have an awesome burden on them. They have a lot of work to do. It isn't just like at the beginning when the student comes in and they say, hello, how are you, what's your story, and then we sign some papers. They are committed to an awful lot of time before, during, and after that event, and they have to maintain their contact with the student, their support for the student, their even direct instruction at times for these students, and they don't have the time to do it because they've been taking on too many additional charges. They don't have the time to handle this. So they have been taking an awful lot of their own personal time, non-school time, to accomplish this because they have to get the job done. They get assigned these students right or wrong, and it's wrong when it's that many, and they still have to get it done. They cannot waver on this. So they are under a crushing burden. And, you know, just come down to our school. I have personally asked you to come down to our school and see what's going on and find out from the people who are directly impacted by this. And it's, you know, definitely the teachers, but what we can't really explain to you, I guess, is how this impacts the students when they are so burdened, these teachers, that they cannot get, you know, the contact, the time that they need with these students. It's something that is very demoralizing for this group of teachers. Now, they have backed off, but it was only after I brought this issue to their attention and to your attention that they have backed off. But these teachers still were committed to overtime, and they need to be paid for this. This is something that has to be negotiated. It is in the law, not in the contract, not in any other place. It is in the law that this has to be in consultation with PSEA, okay? The union that represents these teachers. So please, we need to get this moved on. You're all invited down. I understand you can't all come at the same time, but come on down and talk to the teachers there and see what pressures they were under. I think you'll find it's different from how it's been presented to you elsewhere. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I just want to remind everybody, I appreciate your enthusiasm. I do want to hear everything. It's just that we're governed by rules, so we ask that you respect the time, please. But again, it's vital information, so thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Pardue.
Board, thanks for having me. My name is Nick Pardue. I am a teacher at Paloma Valley High School. I teach economics and U.S. history. And some of the things I have to say are just personal issues that I'm dealing with, but I think it resonates with a lot of the teachers that are outside. I want the board to be aware that 7 periods is a lot of students. And what you're asking the teachers to do with that number of kids is a lot. And I think it's important because we sort of just forget that we moved to 7 periods, and that's a huge workload. It really is a big thing, especially when you're trying to connect with students. The students have so many different issues, academic, social, as we're moving out of COVID. And that's a big thing that I think sometimes gets overlooked. It also hurts students' focus, their ability to focus on the things that they're doing. Our academics, what I've seen as I have seniors, is that our academic standards have slipped, and I think it's in part because of the workload and some of the morale issues that we're dealing with. And I think that's a lot of why some of the teachers are upset as well. Because the students have to go through 7 periods. If this was a college curriculum, that would be unacceptable. They wouldn't be allowed to do that. This is the first time this last year I had kids that were pretty good students had struggling to pass the ASVAB, and I'd have to help them get through it. So I think we need to get our eye back on the ball and make sure that we're paying attention to what we can do, because some of this stuff is administrative support that I don't think we have. I think our administrative support has been inconsistent. We had trainings, and I understand racial sensitivities when it comes to discipline, but that doesn't mean we abandon discipline. And our administrative staff has done that. And that's a real problem. What they talked about with kids just wandering around the campus, that happens all the time. And as teachers, we're the ones stuck trying to enforce those rules, but it's the administrators that don't support us. It's the administrators that put it back onto us. If we try to maintain a high academic standard, we're the ones that are dealing with the parents that are kind of shocked. Like, why am I dealing with these high academic standards? Why are you putting this standard? Not everyone's doing it because not everyone's ready to face those battles, knowing they're not going to have the support from the administrative team. And we need to really make sure that we get focused on the real tough spot you're putting teachers in when we're in that classroom, because we're trying to manage so many students. That's a large sum of students, and we're trying to maintain academic standards. We're trying to maintain the rules that seem to be, as far as the administrative team is concerned, most of the time, they're just leave it on us. I have kids walking my class 20, 30 minutes late routinely the whole time. I have kids that just won't do work because they know they can make it up whenever. We need to make sure we fix that. We get support from our administrative team. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Andrew Cruz.
Self-esteem, President and board member, sir. I first want to say a prayer. So, Heavenly Father, as we gather here today at this school board meeting, we're reminded of the joyous season of Christmas, a time to celebrate your greatest gift to us, the birth of Jesus Christ. We ask for your guidance and wisdom in our discussion and decision that we may reflect your love and grace. Lord, bless our school district, the teachers, students, and staff. May the spirit of Christmas fill our hearts with peace, kindness, and renewed commitments to serve our community with compassion and integrity. In this season of giving, let us remember those in need and strive to make our schools a place of inclusion, learning, and growth. May we embody the values taught by Christ, love, patience, and understanding. We thank you for the unending love and blessings you bestow upon us. As we move forward, may our actions honor you and contribute to the betterment of our schools and community. In Jesus' name, amen. You know, tonight, I want to speak about salary increases. And I understand that all staff members would appreciate salary increase. You know, however, you know, if we review the state budget and future projections, you know, the outlook is not good. And I will caution the board to overcommitting to salary increases. And the last thing that we would ever want in the future is to lay off people. So just be prudent of what you do, because I don't expect better times to happen in the future. So our best is to take care of the people that we love. So, thank you.
Next speaker, Donna Good.
Good evening, board, esteemed cabinet. My name is Donna Good, and I am a teacher at Paris High School. And tonight, I want to discuss with you exactly what COLA is and what it means to us and our students and this district. COLA is not a raise. It is a cost of living adjustment. So let's talk about costs for a minute. The cost of everything has gone up more than 15%. And that inflation doesn't even include gas, food, and housing. And another important cost that hasn't been considered, considering most of the educators in this district have upper graduate degrees, or that student loan payments are now back in full force. So that's the cost that teachers bear on us every day we come to work, of living. These are not just simply paying bills and expenses. Living includes our well-being, our mental health. Mr. Garcia, you spoke of the risk to suicide. If you are weighing down how you're going to take care of your family, provide your kids what they want for Christmas, and pay your bills because your income does not meet the current prices, that's a mental crisis. And we have the ability with what Governor Newsom provided for us to slow that down and minimize it. That causes emotional stress. You have teachers who are tired, are depressed, who are angry, who are burned out, and where does that happen? Physically presents itself in the classroom. So if our students are first, our teachers must be provided for, because the stress of finances will appear mentally, physically, and emotionally in our classrooms, and that will impact our students. Adjustment. We're not talking about a raise. We're talking about taking money that Governor Newsom said is there to help us, teachers who are contracted. So no matter how many hours I get the same income every single month to make sure that we can provide and we can adjust accordingly, and it doesn't even meet half of the level of inflation. Now, of course, there are costs. I understand that. I was a financial advisor for about 3 years. And with those costs, I learned one thing. What you choose to invest in shows what you value. And what you value will shine brightly in this district. We learned from COVID that teachers are the bloodline and the connective tissue of education in this country. And we saw what happened when the kids did not have that interaction with us. It is critical that when we enter that classroom, we can go in healthy, physically, mentally, and emotionally, and not bring the burdens of stress financially in with us. Because like I said, as a financial advisor, I've seen it firsthand. We need to make sure that as a community, we take care of all of those. So knowing that I see 200 students plus a day that I'm taking care of and that will cross right over to our kids. So as you said, Mr. Stafford, when you everyone think about their best moments in high school. What do you remember? Do you remember some conference? Do you remember people who managed at the district? Do you remember how many trainers there were? And remember those really tough days. Who got you through? It was your relationship with your teachers who celebrated you and who believed in you until you could believe in yourself. So my last note is that we are here, all here, to put our students first. But we as teachers will not put our families last. Thank you.
I apologize, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce your name. Sergey?
I'm not sure.
That's him right there, right next to Mr.
Okay, sir, if you come up here, please. I apologize, I can't pronounce your name. But if you make your name known, please.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, all participants of this meeting. My name is Sergey Vinkov. I'm residing in Hammett, and I decided that I need to participate in American democracy with real things, and I have decided to put my name in the ballot. And everyone, most of you will see my name in the ballot for Riverside County Board of Education, Riverside County Board of Education Trustee Area 4. And before to get my seat, I decided to start touring all the school district meetings. And this is my second evening, and I would like to share my comments, my perception, and to express some greetings due to holiday season. So first of all, I'm so excited and impressed how the students' life and communication between students and teacher staff established. I feel this students' cohesion between teachers and students. I'm so excited and so impressed. And I love that most of members of the faculty understand that if you don't articulate your problems during these meetings, this problem doesn't exist, especially when the Riverside County Board of Education will monitoring or making some survey of any concerns within district. So I'm so glad that you were brave, you had energy and courage to articulate all these problems here tonight, which will be on the record. And technically, as I understood, certain problems cannot be resolved on the school board level. So it's great to keep this problem on the records, and probably on the County Board of Education, as certain problems can be resolved. So my time is up, and I would like to express my best wishes during these holiday seasons. Let's find new names, opportunities, and solutions for this district and the state of California generally. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you, everybody. And now we'll be moving on to item 12.1, consent calendar. Approval of consent calendar items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Wait, you seconded or first?
I moved it, you say, yeah.
You're the motion. David said. All right. Any questions or comments? No? Please vote.
You got anything to vote
Just
on?
waiting.
Is that just mine?
No, we're all waiting.
No, but my computer like flipped out.
Oh, it glitched?
Yeah, I don't know if yours did. That's when she said that, and if I did something.
It just did it right now.
Trustee Campos was the motion and I was the second. I think we're ready for the vote.
Yes.
No, it still says under discussion.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Item 12.1 is a 5-0 vote. Next, we're moving on to 13.1, bond feasibility. Wow, look at me. Oh my gosh, I can't talk today. Bond feasibility and planning update, which is oral report. Candace will introduce the presenters, but she just stepped out. Oh, okay. Are we allowed to comment right now? Like, make a comment that the teachers left? I don't know.
All right.
Okay, fair enough.
I think they're making their way. Sorry, we had to do a switch there. Thank you for waiting outside. All right, you don't have to sit down because I'm going to introduce you right now. Oh wait, where's Mr. Okay. 1 second. There he is. All right. Well, it is my pleasure to introduce Joy Coomer, who you've met before, and Dr. McLarney, which I think only Trustee Nellison has met before. But as you know, we have been embarking on a bond feasibility study. We started that initially with a study session in August. We went through, various steps, Mrs. Coomer did a presentation a couple of months ago. We did a polling survey, and so tonight Dr. McLarney is going to lead us off, and Mrs. Coomer will follow. So it's all up to you now.
Thank you, Candace. Good evening, board, members of, I'm sorry, Superintendent Bennett. I'm Dr. Tim McLarney, president of True North Research. We are a firm that over the last 20 years has specialized in working with school districts and other public agencies around the state and using surveys to help them develop a statistically reliable understanding of the communities and the customers that they serve. To date, my business partner and I have worked on over 1,200 research studies for public agencies, and about half of those studies are what we call revenue measure feasibility studies, like the kind that we're going to be talking about here tonight, where the goal is to understand if it's feasible for a school district to move forward with a bond measure, for example, and if it is feasible, to help them use the research to sort of guide how they would structure that measure so that it's consistent with the type of measure that their community is interested in supporting. Over the years, we've helped our clients have a lot of success. To date, we've helped raise over $35 billion in voter-approved measures around the state, and happy to say that we also had the privilege of working with the district on the polling for your last bond in 2018. So tonight's presentation just covers the highlights of the research that we recently conducted. As I go through this presentation, I welcome questions from the board or at the end, whichever, as I go, or at the end, whichever is your preference. So I do have a clicker. Good. There we go. Turn it on, maybe. I think I just got it. There we go. Okay. So before we talk about the results, helpful to take a few moments to review the purpose of the study or why you go about doing this type of research, as well as the methodology or how we went about conducting the study. In terms of the overall purpose, I see this as revenue measure studies as really addressing the 3 bullets that you see here. The first is to answer that basic question of, is it feasible? And what I mean by that is if you as a board were to take the step of placing a bond on the November 2024 ballot, does it have a reasonable chance of success, right? Answer to that question isn't always yes. Sometimes we do this research, and when you look at the data, there's no clear path to get you from where you are today to where you need to be viable on election day, and if that's the case, I'll be the first person to tell you that. When we do see that there's feasibility, that next bullet kicks in, which is using the research to sort of guide how you go about structuring this measure in a way that it's consistent with the type of measure that your community is interested in supporting. There's a lot of components to a bond package. There's the overall bond amount. There's the tax rate that underlies that is needed to support this bond. There's questions about projects, like if it's successful, how are you going to spend the money? There's accountability provisions that can be built in to these measures. So all of these sort of important questions that ultimately the board and staff would have to sort of answer in order to prepare a bond measure package, the survey can help guide. And then thirdly, it's an opportunity to understand sort of the role of information in shaping voters' opinions about your proposal. I'm a big believer that if a public agency is going to take the step of putting a measure on the ballot and asking voters to make a decision, it's incumbent upon that agency to educate voters and inform voters about the decision you're asking them to make. You're not, as a public agency, advocating up or down for a measure. You're not communicating in that way. You're just giving voters the facts, helping them come to an informed decision and let them ultimately decide which way they vote. And so that's the purpose. In terms of the methodology, when you're doing revenue measure research like this, the first question you want to think about is what election are we going to possibly be on? And then you identify voters that are likely to actually cast ballots in that election. And so since we're looking at a potential November 2024 election, which is going to be a very high turnout because the president's going to be on the ballot as well as all the offices below, we looked at what we call likely November 2024 voters. These are voters based on when they registered to vote in the district, what elections they've taken advantage of since that point, we expect would actually cast ballots in that November 2024 election. Once we've identified that group of people, we use what's called stratified and clustered random sampling. I'll get into the details of it if you like, but suffice to say what it does is it guarantees us at the end of this process that we have a sample from our survey that is in fact representative of that likely November 2024 universe on all of the dimensions that we know are related to how voters tend to vote on these measures. So things like age, gender, partisanship, household party type, so not just the partisanship of the person we're speaking with, but the partisanship of the people they share their household with. All of these we know to be pretty strong predictors of how people tend to vote on bond measures, and so we made sure that our sample is representative of the likely November universe in that way. In terms, once we had our sample selected, we recruited using 3 different methods: email, text, and telephone. Everything's PIN protected so that only those individuals that we reached out to could take the survey and access the site, and they could take it one time only. Once in, they had an option of taking it by telephone or online, whichever was their preference, and they could also participate in English or Spanish, whichever was their preference. We had set out to do 500 completed interviews. We actually walked back in the door with 783. So we had a really good response to the survey from your community. That's just all bonus to the district. There's no extra charge for the extra interviews. But what it does do is it lowers our overall margin of error for the survey to 3.5%. And what that means is we can be 95% confident that the results we'll talk about tonight are within 3.5% of what we would have found had we spoken with all of your likely voters. Okay, so on to the results. So this first slide shows the results of what we call our importance of issues question. And for each of the issues you see there on the slide, we simply asked voters to tell us how important is this issue to you. Is it extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not at all important? They are asked in a random order, but we have sorted them from high to low in this chart based on the combined percentage of folks who said either extremely or very important. We asked this question for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's just a great warm-up question. Gets voters thinking about local issues, gets them into the groove of taking the survey. It is also, however, an opportunity for us to understand how education stacks up as a topic relative to some of these other issues that compete for tax dollars, as also how does education stack up against the issue of preventing local tax increases. Kind of a rough rule of thumb, but it makes a lot of sense, right? The more importance they place on improving the quality of education in local public schools relative to the issue of preventing local tax increases, the better positioned you are to move forward with some type of bond measure. And the results you see here, at the top of the list, you sort of have 2 issues that sort of stand out from the others as being the most important. That's reducing crime and gang activity. That had 84% saying extremely or very important. And then improving the quality of education in local schools, similarly 84%, followed by maintaining local streets and roads. As you go down the list, you see preventing local tax increases checks in at 75%. So there's about a 9-point gap between improving the quality of education in local public schools and preventing local tax increases. I have the opportunity to do this for a lot of districts that are looking at bond measures and tax measures, and so I have a sense of how this distribution tends to play out. That gap right now in your district is a little smaller than what we normally see. Normally, we're seeing gaps of around 20%. Now we have a gap here of about 9%. So what that's telling us is your community at this time frame, is relative to most, is a little more tax rate sensitive, right, than the typical community that we're looking at. The other thing to point out at the very bottom there is repairing and upgrade aging school facilities. That checks in at 66%, so at the bottom of the list. I think, and it's below that issue of preventing local tax increases. So what that suggests, I think, is a couple things. Number one, obviously, again, you've got a tax rate sensitive community. Number two, you have a public that may not be as aware of what your facility needs are at the moment, right? When we see that situation where that comes in at the bottom, it's typically a basic awareness problem, and that, there's some opportunity there to sort of improve their understanding of what your facility needs are. And importantly, how do your facility needs connect to your core mission of educating students, right? We see that improving the quality of education in local public schools is, tied for number one in terms of importance, but facilities came in below. And so that suggests that, we need to sort of be doing some communications to connect those dots for voters. So after that initial question, we get right down to business with what we call our initial ballot test. And the idea is, before we get any deeper into the interview and we start talking in more detail about what this measure would accomplish, possible tax rates, types of projects that could be funded, arguments pro and con, we want to present to respondents a mock-up of what we think that 75-word ballot statement could look like and get their reaction. It's a good gauge of where voters are at on the natural with respect to this proposal, because the only thing they've seen is this mock-up of the 75-word ballot statement. So that is the language that we tested. And here are the results. So at that initial ballot test, we had 50% of likely November voters tell us they would support this proposal. You had about 37% opposed, and you've got about 13% who are unsure. So in the state of California, for a Prop 39 bond to be successful, you need 55%. So we're starting out about 5 points below that 55% threshold that you need for passage. So after that, we get to the tax threshold section. And the idea behind the tax threshold section is we're going to make it really clear that bonds mean taxes, just in case they didn't pick that up in the 75 words. And we're also going to understand how tax rate sensitive your voters are with respect to possible different tax rates that could be associated with the bond. And so we tested 3 different tax rates in the survey. We tested the high of $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, $24 as well as $19. And we test them in what's called a Dutch auction format. You start high, you go low. And you can see that from these results, a couple things. Number one, you do have some tax rate sensitivity. The moment you sort of put the blinders on a respondent and you focus their attention on the tax rate alone, independent of kind of what the bond's going to accomplish in terms of projects, that tends to be a chill effect in terms of support. And at that top rate, we're seeing 38% support at $30 per 100,000. As you drop it to 24, it goes to 41%. Drop it again to $19 per 100,000, and all of a sudden you get this sort of boost up to 46%. Having done this a lot over the years for different bond measures for different districts, the one thing that we do know about this question is it tends to be a conservative read on voter support for a proposal for a couple of reasons. Number one, we are putting the blinders on somebody. We're sort of a bond measure is a package of which the tax rate is a part, but we're pulling the tax rate out and focusing their attention just on that. When you do that, it tends to be a bit of a wet blanket on support for bond measures. The other reason why we know it's sort of conservative is when you express the sort of tax implications of a bond in terms of a rate, a lot of people don't quite understand what you're talking about, right? So when you say this is going to raise the property taxes on your home by $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, you need to know what assessed valuation is. You need to know or have some estimate of what it would be for your property. And you've got to be able to do math pretty quickly in your head in the space of an interview to come up with some sort of a price tag. Understandably, not everybody's good at that. And so what happens when you convey the tax implications in a way that they know you're talking about the price, they don't exactly know what it adds up to, voters will tend to hedge. They'll tend to say, no, we're not sure, then yes. And so that's why we come at it also another way in the survey. We say, this is the left column first. Let me put it another way. If you knew that this measure would cost the typical homeowner about $110 per year, would you vote yes or no on the school bond measure? The $110 per year is the $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate multiplied times the median AV or assessed valuation for a residential property in your district. So it's what that median homeowner, would pay. And what you see here is that when you go ahead and do the math for folks and put it in terms of a number that anyone can understand, you get a somewhat more positive answer here. At the $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate, we had 38% support. When you go ahead and do the math and say that's about $110 per year for the typical owner, it jumps up to 46%. Same exercise on the right column, only here what we're doing is we're annualizing that $19 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate for the median homeowner. And that annualizes to $69 per year. And when you do that, you see whereas at the $19 tax rate, we had 46% support. When you annualize that and say it's going to be $69 per year, very understandable number, support now goes up to 52%. And so, what that tells us is, yes, your voters are tax rate sensitive, but they're also a bit confused by the traditional way of expressing a bond in terms of a rate per 100,000 assessed valuation. So after the tax rate discussion, we get into what we call the projects and improvements section. And the idea here is really twofold. Number one, we are now going to start to educate respondents more about what your bond measure can accomplish. In that initial ballot test, we only had 75 words to describe what the bond would do, and half of those words are devoted to projects and half are devoted to a lot of other things. And so they just, they only get to hear sort of the highlights. Here we get to actually unpack your bond into all the discrete projects that you see here on the slide. And in doing so, respondents are getting a much better understanding of kind of what the measure would be about. The other thing it allows us to do is to look at, of all the ways you're thinking about spending the money, how do voters feel about these items, and is there, which of these are their priorities, and is there anything in your list that is what I call an anchor, meaning voters don't really see the merit of the project, they're not enthused about the idea of raising their taxes to fund it, and if you were to put it in your project list, it would serve like an anchor on election day to weigh you down. And so what you see here in this slide is, there are no anchors. Everything we tested here had better than 60% of voters say that they would favor spending some of the money on that item. And most of the items we tested, had better than 3/4 of respondents say that they would favor spending some of the bond proceeds on that item. That said, as you go to the top of the list, you can see there are some items that tend to test a little stronger than others. And it's really, if you look at the top there, it's sort of a combination of taking care of your older facilities, so basic repairs like roofs, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, et cetera. It's STEM, it's career tech, it's removing hazardous materials from some of your older sites, right? And you've got some safety, some computer systems and structural technology up there. So what's striking about this slide is that when you break it down and you show them what this measure would accomplish, there's a lot of interest in the projects that you see there, right? A lot of these projects have, majority of folks saying they strongly favor spending some of the money on it, and you have 80% plus saying that they would at least somewhat favor spending money on the item. Okay, so if the board were to choose to place a measure on the November ballot, there's going to be an election cycle. And during that election cycle, there will be a lot of discussion and debate in the community about your proposal. You're going to have advocates of this measure go out into the community and talk to their friends and neighbors and associates and explain why this is needed and why you should vote yes. You might also have some opponents, right? Folks who step up, say, this is a terrible idea, we shouldn't be doing this, and here's why. For this to be a reliable gauge of the feasibility of a bond measure, we needed to sort of simulate that discussion and debate in the space of the interview so we have an understanding of not only where your voters are at on the natural, which is that initial ballot test, but what happens after they're exposed to sort of both sides of this argument. And so shown here are the positive arguments we tested. The nature of the question is, supporters of the measure say blank, you insert a positive argument. Do you feel this is a very convincing, somewhat convincing, or not at all convincing reason to support the measure? And what you see here is a lot of these positive arguments resonate, they get traction with voters. And the top one was interesting. It's our area is growing fast. We need to build additional schools and add classrooms at existing schools to keep up with the growth and avoid overcrowding. For example, Liberty High School was just opened in 2021 and it's already at maximum capacity for students. So what we are finding in today's environment is if you can be a little specific in your messaging, it's not just, oh, we're overcrowded, right? It's if you can talk about something like, hey, we just built a high school and it's at capacity, right? It gives voters sort of a clearer understanding of what the conditions are. And we find that kind of helps in terms of generating support for these proposals. So at this point in the poll, now, voters have heard more about this measure than they did at the initial ballot test. On the one hand, we dove in and spent a lot of time talking about tax rates. And when you do that, that naturally depresses support. After that, though, we had a chance to come back, talk about the projects that would be funded by your bond, and we conveyed positive arguments. And so we circle back with what we call our interim ballot test, which is where we present that same 75 words and we say, now that you've heard a bit more, where do you stand? And that is here. So we tick down about 1 point from where we were at the initial ballot test, right? You've got 49% support, you've got 41% opposed, and you've got about 9% to 10% who are unsure or prefer not to answer the question. This looks like a lot of stability, like nothing's moved. What in fact happened is we started at 50, we hit them with the tax rates. We know you have a tax rate sensitive electorate. It drove them down. But then the discussion around the projects and the discussion of the positive arguments brought us back up to 49%, so nearly right where you started. And then we get to the negatives. And the idea behind the negatives is we are going to pepper respondents with a series of negative arguments, the kind of negative arguments you might expect to hear from opponent, with the understanding that what we're trying to do here is to get them to vote no, right? We're trying to give them lots of reasons to vote no to see how resilient voter support for your proposal is. Should you get opposition, should they be vocal? I will tell you, in most bond measures that we test 4, maybe 5 negatives at most. And you can see we're testing more here. So we sort of threw the kitchen sink at respondents because we wanted to sort of simulate what a kind of a heavy-duty industrial strength opposition campaign might be able to pull off. And so here are the negatives that we tested, and here are the results afterwards. So after the negatives, you can see they drive us down about 7 points, and we land at the end of the survey at 42% support, 47% opposed, and about 11% who were unsure. So we're about 13 points below the 55% threshold that you need to be successful on election day for a bond. Okay, so what does all this mean? I'm going to circle back to that overarching question I mentioned at the outset, which is, to ask, is it feasible? And what I mean by that is, again, if you were to move forward with a measure in November 2024, does it have a reasonable chance of success? Keeping in mind that this poll is a snapshot in time, right? It's not a crystal ball. What's clear from this poll is that to be viable for November, you're going to need to have some adjustments to your proposal, particularly the tax rate, and you would need to have significant engagement to sort of connect the dots for voters and help them understand sort of the underlying reasons for why this bond is necessary and how your facilities connect to the thing they care the most about, which is improving the quality of education in local schools. So why do I say that, there is a path, but it's a narrow one to potential viability? Well, the positive signs there sort of highlight this. We did see that voters ranked improving the quality of education in local schools to be among the most important issues facing the community. So they care about the end goal. We know that, right? We just know that there's not as clear a connection in their mind between how facilities really facilitate that. When we dove in on the projects, like how it is you're proposing to spend the money, those were all very popular, right? There was a lot of interest and perceived need for those. And we also saw that there were strong positive arguments. We did see some challenges, though, in the poll as well. The most obvious being from the get-go, you can see that there's tax rate sensitivity, right? So probably the most important decision you would have to make, aside from putting it on the ballot, would be where do you price it at, right? Because the higher you set that tax rate, the more you sort of lean into the sensitivity of voters around that issue. And so you want to be careful that you're staying within the comfort zone of at least 55% of the voters in your community. We did also see that the negative arguments resonated, right? That they got some traction. And so that's something also to be sort of mindful of as you move forward. And then finally, kind of the most interesting part of the data, I do look at the overall results, but I also dig in and I look at it by the subgroups to kind of see what sort of movement are we seeing at the subgroup level. And one of the really interesting things about this data is some of the groups that are traditionally strong supporters of school bonds and that are very resilient, meaning that when you hit them with the initial ballot test, they're with you. You talk about tax rates, they get a little shaky, but they're back in once you do projects. They don't really respond to negative arguments, and so they tend to be strong supporters throughout an interview. What we found, interestingly enough, is some of those groups just weren't as resilient as we normally see. And so that is both a challenge, but also an opportunity. I've worked in a number of districts, some just this last cycle, where we saw that pattern, and we said, okay, you can't just take that group for granted, right? Normally, you can take certain subgroups that, okay, they're gonna be supportive. We know that. You've got to do a special handle reach out to those groups to kind of get them to sort of support at the level and be as resilient as we normally expect them to be. And we've worked with some districts. In fact, I worked with Joy in one where we saw that pattern early on, and through communications, we were able to sort of reinforce what their natural tendencies are to be supportive, and then ultimately that bond was successful. One other thing I will mention is sort of the unknowns, right? Here we are not quite a year out at this point from November of 2024. And so, this isn't a poll looking ahead and saying you're going to get 50% on election day, right? It's a snapshot in time. And we don't know what the rest of the next year is going to hold. And I will say that if there's one thing that the last 3 or 4 years has taught me is to expect the unexpected, right? We've had a lot of things happen that, everyone seems to be surprised between the pandemic, wars, things like that. The good news is, and so we don't know necessarily where the economy is going to be, where inflation is going to be, what types of other measures might be on the ballot. But I will say that what we're seeing is sort of the trajectory, at least on the economy and inflation, seems to be going our direction a bit, right? We've been in, and everyone's talked about the possibility of being a recession, and that's been in people's minds, and yet what we're now starting to see in the data is that those fears aren't going to be materialized, right? That we're going to avoid a recession. In fact, they just held interest rates flat right now, and they think they're going to start ticking down next year. At least that's what the Fed is signaling. So point is that although it's an unknown, right? I expect that we're probably gonna get, a little better weather when you think about the economy in the coming year than what we've been in the last couple. And so that can also help sort of relieve some of that tax rate sensitivity. So let me pause there on the survey, see if there's any questions, and I know Joy has some slides behind mine. Sir.
Can you tell me the percentage of the Spanish speakers that were surveyed?
Yep. Yeah, let me look for that. So you have two, let me see here. Should have that in this deal, right? I'd have to dig it. I'd have to, oh, and here we go. 8% were Spanish speaking. Remember, there's two things to keep in mind. One is that when you're looking at a likely voter universe, it's gonna be different than the population as a whole, right? So you tend to see when you get to likely voter universes, the rates of what we call linguistic isolation, or the rates of just, being a Spanish speaker and not speaking English well, they're gonna be a lot lower among your likely voter population. And that's really what we gauge this on too, is if you look at that number and then you look at the 8% and then you look at the voter file and what percentage of voters are requesting in-language ballots in Spanish, those numbers are pretty similar.
So that 8% is actually 8% that did the survey in Spanish, because I'm a Spanish speaker, but I would survey in English.
Correct.
But just noting the question on that, okay. Somewhere in the survey, were they aware of the neighboring bonds with the municipal ones that are coming up, the public schools and the colleges? And the reason why I ask is because we're a union high school district, right? And so we service different K through 8s, and it's different in Menifee. And so obviously there are some cities that are floating bonds. You have school districts that are feeder school districts, depending on what part that we're in, that are also floating bonds. And so, when I last looked at my tax bill, when I looked at it, I was like, whoa, we're still paying for this one, and this one. And so I just want to make sure that in the surveying that people understood that this is this one, or that there are multiple ones, because I know everybody is pretty much going out and doing it. And so obviously that adds to the cost.
So there's, in this survey, which is a baseline survey, and not knowing exactly what's going to be on the ballot next November, we didn't open up by saying, by the way, there's 4 measures on the ballot you're going to be asking to vote on, right? Because we don't know exactly what is going to be and what is not. However, what we did is we took that concept and we built them into the negative arguments. And so we not only, we used it in a way that we're trying to sort of persuade voters to vote no. And so, one of the things we did, for example, is we talked about the district passed a bond, right? In 2018, it's $148 million. Property owners are going to be paying on that for another 30 years, right? And we couched it in terms of a negative. We also talked about how residents and businesses were hit hard by the pandemic. Now you've got high gas prices, inflation, right? People are struggling. Now's not a good time to do that. We have property owners are already paying too many taxes, including multiple school bonds and local taxes. Enough is enough. We can't afford to keep raising our taxes. So we took those concepts and built them into negative arguments to try and push on respondents to see, again, how resilient their support was. What I would suggest is if you were to move forward and with the idea that, first of all, you wouldn't want to be making a decision about a bond tonight, right? Ultimately, that decision wouldn't be happening until much closer to the filing deadline, which would be in August of 2024. And I know Joy has a timeline that she can share with you. But the idea is if you were to be moving forward, somewhere closer to that filing deadline, right? You would want to do a tracking survey to say, okay, now that we've done some outreach, now that we've done some communication, are we election ready at this point or not, right? And when we do those tracking surveys, that's where we tend to test the overlapping measures, right, in the space of the poll. And there's a way we do that gives us a really good idea of, and it kind of simulates somebody going down ballot and, okay, now I've got to vote on this feeder district bond measure. Now I've got a community college district. Now I've got a local city sales tax measure. Okay, now I've got a high school district bond. So we build that into the trackers once we know what's going to be on the ballot.
So my last thing, and I guess just as a concern, I mean, obviously you had mentioned it's going to be an election year. There's going to be a lot of people coming out. That's a pro and a con, because obviously the state of our economy right now with the inflation is based on a lot of the last election. And so coming up on this, I mean, for me personally, you know, I almost would prefer it to be on an off election, because then you know that the people who are there at stake are going to be the ones who've kind of looked and considered everything. Now, obviously, this is the way I'm looking at things, because we don't know what things are going to look like, and things can change very easily right around the election season time, because now promises are made, and you become, you know, okay, now, you know, they said they're going to do this, we're in this kind of financial situation. I mean, we have for what, the third year in a row, I think people are leaving California. I'm not seeing, you know, the growth within at least my community. And the good news is I'm not up for election. So for me, this isn't an issue. But I know that this can be a very big concern. You know, if we're saying we're overcrowded and we need to build a new high school, well, how do we justify that when we're getting reports that we're declining enrollment, that home prices are too high, loans, the rates to purchase a home? So it just makes it very difficult. And I just want to make sure that, I know for me, that when we have that conversation, or if there's any points that you could bring forward to kind of touch, and that way it at least helps us to inform others moving it forward.
And I hear what you're saying. I think that a couple of things that are worth kind of keeping in mind. Number one, Prop 39 bonds, which allow you to pass bonds at 55% as opposed to 2/3 if you don't do a Prop 39 bond. And if you look around the state, 90+% of school bonds are Prop 39 bonds. They require that they are on regularly scheduled statewide elections. So it could be in March of 2024, it could be in November of 2024, or it's going to be in June of 2026. That would be your next opportunity. So if you decide not to go in November of this year, June of 2026 would be your next opportunity, and then say November of 2026. If you look, one of the reasons it's a crowded ballot in presidential elections, and if you look in California, you go back, it's always a crowded ballot in presidential elections, is because what you tend to see is the more voters you bring to the polls, right? The larger the turnout, the more people vote on this, tend to get more favorable outcomes, in part because you have a better sort of mix of voters and on the whole, an electorate that's a little more tax friendly, right? Than you see when you have small turnout. When you have small turnout, what you tend to find is you're gonna have older voters, less likely to have kids in the school. They're homeowners, right? They tend to be more conservative. They tend to just be less tax friendly. And particularly within the Inland Empire, you can see big differences between low turnout elections and high turnout elections in terms of bond passage rates. So that is there's always sort of challenges in every election environment, right? It's trade-offs. The advantage of November 2024 is you are going to have that higher turnout, somewhat more tax-friendly electorate. If you punt to 2026, you're going to be dealing with a smaller turnout, probably on the natural, a little less tax-friendly group.
Our previous bond measures, we split the amount of money between the southern part of the district and the northern part of the district. That way we had equity across the district. I saw that we had a new high school in the Menifee area. And did you have any specific programs, projects, anything else listed for stuff in the northern part of the district on that?
No, I mean, for the most part, what you see when you're doing these bond measures is it's a lot about what you're doing and not necessarily where you're doing it, right?
Okay.
Because you have needs at different schools. It's hard to sort of articulate that all the way. The reason we had this, we actually did a split sample on the Menifee question because one was about building a new high school.
I saw one, just a new high school, and then one new high school in
One's mentioned
Menifee.
Menifee because we were wanting to see how much, does that make a difference, right, in terms of the results? And it didn't really make that much of a difference, right?
Okay.
Even within Menifee, it didn't make that much of a difference, which was interesting, right? So that's what we were trying to figure out is that does the location of mentioning that item matter?
And I had one more.
David, before you ask that question, can I
By all means, please.
Because you're going back to 2018, actually, and even
2012, yes.
did that approximate
Mhm.
split. That's something we actually won't be able to do this time just because of the cost of a high school.
Okay.
For one, and so that's why we talked when we strategized what the survey would look like. We've really got to test, you know, will voters outside of Menifee support a high school for Menifee and understand that if we're overcrowded at high schools, that really can impact the whole community.
Okay.
So it would have to be structured.
Okay.
Just a little bit different, but we tried to test lots of projects so that we could see what that slide Tim showed, you know, where the favorability would be so that we could start building a project list, albeit smaller, but for the rest of the district.
Okay, and one more follow-up question. Does the state have any kind of bond measure that they're looking into for matching funds? Because that would really help in this case, but who knows what they're doing? I just want to know if you guys have heard of them thinking about putting a bond on the measure for this coming elective year.
So there's two proposals for bond measures. The short answer is it's very likely there will be a proposal. I just don't know which one and how it would be structured.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
That's the latest from the crystal
And I didn't expect you to have a specific answer. I just wanted to know if there was any kind of interest out there, because matching funds would, I don't know if it would be necessary, but it would definitely be beneficial if we had it, so.
So we have,
Also, what I wanted to ask was more for the Romoland Unified School District. I know they're also asking for a bond, and how does that kind of affect our bond? Because I know a lot of residents are going to be a little flabbergasted, like, oh, all my local school districts are always asking for a bond.
that's a nice transition to Joy. She has more information on that than I do, so I'll be right here.
Here poking him. Yes, so this, I think, goes to what Mr. Campos was saying earlier as well, that your elementary feeder school districts are also looking at bonds. And most of them have already done a survey and seen results similar to what you're seeing. I will say, like Paris Elementary School District, their results were a little stronger. Menifee's are more in line with what you've seen. Romoland has not done a survey, but their district is also looking at a potential bond measure. And honestly, all the school districts are facing the same needs that you are, which is there is more developments being built, and that is bringing more families, and more families is overcrowding existing school sites. So almost all the elementary school districts have said, if they are not able to pass a bond, they'll have to add portables, which is similar to what you're facing. So this is no different, though, I'll point out, than what Valverde Unified. And we can't compare apples to apples. I'm not suggesting your combined districts are the exact same thing. But if you look at Valverde Unified, they are a unified school district. They pass $60 per $100,000 of assessed valuation GO bonds. And they have done it pretty much consistently every 5 years. And the reason they do that is because they are unified and they have an elementary school district and a high school district, right? It's all one. And so they get to do 60, you get to do 30, the elementaries get to do 30. It's the exact same thing. It's honestly no different than what your neighboring school districts are doing. So if you have more questions for Tim, I'm happy to bring him back up, or I think the next slide will be helpful for you as we go through a potential timeline. And then either Tim or I can answer more questions. So again, Joy Coomer, I'm with Team Civics. I worked on with the district on the previous GO bond measures. And I think as we see these results, I really do feel like what Dr. McLarney has said is true. They are a snapshot in time. And I think people are still thinking about inflation, although we are seeing a, evening of interest rates, and maybe those rates will come down. The unemployment rate is holding steady and coming down. The jobs rates are all very strong right now. But the reality is, when we all go out to eat, or when we all put gas in our cars, we kind of have this feeling that things are more expensive. And I think that's what we saw in this survey. People have this feeling. And we don't know what they will feel like next year. They do like your projects. They understand the need. This isn't a reflection of the district. I think it's a snapshot in time. So what does that mean for you as a district as you look to the future? So there are kind of three options when we look at it. One is, take a pause, kind of let things go between now and February, and then let's come back in February. Let's consider doing some more education and outreach. Let's consider seeing if the economy, if people's feelings are getting a little bit different. I will say, keeping in mind, knowing that your elementary school districts are not taking a pause. They are still talking about bonds. But you could choose to take a pause and come back in February, and then we could take a look, and we could talk about planning for a tracking survey after the March election, and then still present results and see if we're in a different spot, and if it would be feasible for your district to move forward. Option 2 would be to do some more education. Continue sharing some more information about the need in the district, helping people understand, why the district would be looking at another bond. Again, still looking at that tracking survey in April and May, giving the board plenty of time to make a decision about whether or not to move forward for November of 2024. As you heard Dr. McLarney say, the third option is the only other time you'd be able to look at a bond. You would either have to wait till 2026 or you would have to wait until 2028. GO bonds can only be put on the ballot in even-numbered years. It makes it very difficult for districts. A lot of districts look at this November. Because of that high turnout, it ensures voter engagement. It ensures the families who live in your community have an opportunity to vote in this election. 2026 is a gubernatorial election, but people just don't vote in those elections. Your families just don't participate in high enough numbers, and you just won't get a real read from your community. We did pass Measure W in 2018, which was a gubernatorial election, but it was a blue wave election. We had a lot of Democrats show up. We had a lot of people show up in that election, and it helped us pass that bond in 2020 or 2018. So my recommendation for your district would be to continue to look at 2024 and not make a decision until we have a tracking survey. But these are the three realistic options for you. I wanted to show you what it would look like if we did look at November 5th of 2024. So what we've just done is complete that first blue arrow, the feasibility. We have done the voter survey. We've kind of looked at the initial political landscape. The next steps that are available to you as a district, this is all still part of allowable communications while you're trying to make a decision, is to do that awareness building, start doing some of the non-advocacy communications, go out, let's continue to engage the community, hear from people, get their feedback, do some consensus building, then do that tracking survey. If we see that it's possible to move forward for November, then we would begin to put that resolution together at your discretion. That number 4, that's the independent campaign committee. That's when, after you have voted, which has to be by August 9th of 2024 in order to qualify for the November 5th ballot, then that independent campaign committee is the one that does, asking people to vote yes. That can't be done by the district. The district can only do factual communications. So, yes. that is where I will end. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have anything after that. But happy to answer any questions, happy to go back here if this is more helpful.
So, question, on the survey that you received, was there, what was the, I guess, median income of the 783 or the home valuation? That way at least we know kind of where the target was, because I know for me, knowing that there was only 8% of the Spanish speaking survey, I mean, the last thing I would want to do is to burden a smaller group with a bill that everybody's going to be obviously spread out paying, but some it might not affect as well. And it might be a little bit more within their finances as opposed to someone else who could be really struggling.
So the median value for a residential property, which is what we use to take the $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation and calculate out to 110. So if you take the 30 and you divide it into 110, you're what, 370, something like that? I don't have, just doing this on the top of my head. So it's about that, 370,000 or so in terms of the average, the median AV for residential property in the district. Now, for those who may have, and the important thing is to keep in mind, it's assessed value, it's not market value, right? So there's a lot of people whose home now is worth a lot more than that, right? But that they're, so I think of my dad, right? My dad had his house for 35 years, and he loves to rub it in my face that his taxes are about 1/10 of what I pay, right? Because he's had it for so long. So a lot of the older voters who don't have kids in the school anymore, are also sort of typically benefited to the extent that they own homes, their AVs are gonna be lower than that median. I think there's a way to do this where there is no income, there's nothing on the voter file that suggests income. Asking income is a little intrusive, right? So you tend to get a lot of, non-response to that. The one thing we do look though is home ownership, right? That's sort of a proxy, right? It's not exact, but it gives you some sense of sort of financial position, right? And so we have that, and we have the home ownership matched up among likely voters, matched up to what we're seeing in the voter file as well.
My question's related to the area I represent, to Area 2, which is senior citizens. Now, some senior citizens have come from other states and other locations to relocate here because of the weather, and this was originally a retirement community. Del Webb built Sun City, and Menifee grew from there. But having lived in the East for 27 years, I'm born in California and came back. In the East, the reason I ended up there is because the seniors in my family were being taxed right out of their houses. And that's why in Area 2, you may get a real strong segment that don't want to pay any more taxes. Now, when you start thinking about your grandkids and all the sentimental things, that's fine. But what you could actually pay the bills at the end of the month, reality is reality. Sun City, the houses are getting older. They're not getting of any more better quality. So to raise the taxes on those, everything else is going up. It's a hard thing to explain, and also all the other factors. We just built a school. We've got some other issues going on that, of course, are out front there too. I'm looking, when I hear your presentation, I hear, yeah, we could, maybe we couldn't, yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't hear a yes or a no. 26 would be our best, probably next attempt, is what I think I'm hearing. But I don't like the idea of being taxed out of my house. I've seen it happen. It's what will happen. I don't think. Have you lived in the East at all? I mean, you don't have the luxury of not having heat and not having the essentials that you need to survive. Okay, so yeah. So the seniors, what will happen in Sun City per se, they have to decide whether to repair their home, whether they need a new roof or they need this XYZ, or why did I spend all this money and here's the tax bill and there's 20 items on there. I think we just got one not too long ago. It's not that, I'm not saying I'm for or against, I'm just saying it's a hard sell to say, especially to some of the older, even older than me, I guess I'm old too, but some of the older, I live in the family area, not the senior area, but it's getting tough for them. And there's a lot of realities that people don't, you know, we're fighting earlier about cost of living increases and all of that. Well, some states, the governors ran off with the money and took away the cost of increase and haven't seen that in 20 years. There's so many factors involved that I think we might be overspending. Portables is probably going to be where you're going to have to go. Or are there any other sites that are usable for schools, do you think, within our boundaries? It's not a well-built up area, so there's not a lot of vacant buildings around and things like that. Do you look at things like that?
I mean, as far as the facility needs, I would defer that to staff or alternative plans. You know, the one thing we do tend to find, and on the one hand, you're correct that, you know, oftentimes senior citizens, you know, they typically don't have their own children at this point in your school district, right? They may have grandkids, right? Yeah. But oftentimes they are your homeowners, right? So they're going to pay this directly, but they have also owned their home a very long time. And so whatever that median AV is, you know, that is used to the median assessed valuation, which in this case we said was about 370. If you look among your senior population, I guarantee you that median AV is going to be a lot lower. Meaning that if the typical homeowner pays, say, $100 a year in response, you know, if the bond passes, your seniors are going to be more like in the $40 a year kind of category because they've owned their homes a long time. The assessed valuation hasn't grown because of Prop 13, right? And so they have the benefit of that. The other thing, I'm just sharing a couple things with you. The other thing we tend to find in a lot of districts is sometimes your seniors are among the more supportive. And the reason is because they understand the connection between good schools and property values. So, you know, they have their nest egg in their home, and yes, they're gonna pay a little more taxes on that, but they also know that making sure you've got, you know, good schools locally that does a lot for their property values. And so traditionally, when we've looked at this in other districts, that argument tends to sort of play well with seniors. And then at the end of the day, when you look at how they vote on these measures, they tend to be pretty supportive because they see the value proposition, right? Yes, I'm gonna pay a little bit more here, but it helps my overall property values in a better way.
Well, that all sounds good, but once you pay for your house, where are you going? You sell that house, you gotta take that money and put it right into something else. You can't just run off with it and have money to spend. You know, it's because I was so heavily involved in the municipal government and the service of the city, I've seen the horrors of what happens. Some seniors hold on too long and don't get out, and they're prisoners in their houses. And these are huge, huge 3-story houses with, they can't even afford to heat them. They're locked up in one room. So we have to, I just feel like we need to slow down a little bit, look at more options. There's a, I can't, let's say there was a site somewhere, and it was a set of buildings there. And that's more of a facilities thing, where we could take and buy that. Do we have to necessarily have vacant land?
Yeah, so unfortunately, you know, in order to house, we're looking at how do we house students. I mean, that's the core issue here, right? And we have to look forward because it takes a long time, you know, to buy land, plan for a school, and build a school. So to answer your specific question, you know, we have to own the land in order to build a school. We couldn't, I don't know, let's say we were to find like a vacant warehouse or something like that. We also have the Field Act, Division of State Architect we have to comply with. So we're not allowed by law to put students just in any building. They have to be rated, you know,
say
differently.
Like MSJC took the old building in Temecula
They
there
did.
and turned
I
it
thought
into
that's might be what you were talking
a
about.
beautiful building.
It is beautiful.
have that kind of infrastructure here that I can think of.
We don't, but even if we had that very same set of circumstances, that, it might work. We could certainly look at it, but we would have to, and are you in here, Fred? You want to help me with this one? Because, you know, there are costly things that we could do because we would have to make the buildings Field Act compliant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if Liberty's bond was voted, or the bond then to do Liberty.
Understood.
When was that land purchased?
2009. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you want to add anything to what I was trying to say?
He may not know the bond 2012.
Oh. I think that's what David's telling him.
But Mr.
Just giving him a little history.
I heard that, thank you.
That's very helpful, but Mr. Stafford, you're really hitting at the crux of the issue. We've looked at, well, first of all, there's got to be a nexus between where are we putting the school and where are the needs? And unfortunately, it's moving south and ends up needing to be a Menifee type, you know, of location. So that factors into what are there other options? You know, I'm thinking of the night that Hector and I presented to the Menifee, the Municipal Advisory Committee, in a facility that maybe could fit into that. We'd have to do, you know, a lot of retrofitting to that, but there's not a lot of options for that. And the thing that makes it even more difficult is that we have been looking everywhere in, for, you know, locations that may be able to work. And the reality is that Menifee area is just running out of options. Now, we still have a couple of options that we're looking at, and we're trying to gently negotiate because none of us have 2 nickels right now to rub, you know, in our pockets. But the reality is, it's, you know, we have numbers of students increasing pretty rapidly, and yet we're running out of options as to how do we really meet, you know, that growing need.
Okay. The other thing we tend to leave out is, in which I think Dave touched on with the bonds, or when they were, it takes 10 years to build a school. I mean, especially a high school. Many of us will never see that building, but we want to plan ahead for those coming along. It's just looking at all the options instead of always having to have the brand new. I graduated from the same school my mother graduated from. The school was probably 100 and something years old. They finally tore it down. But in the East, everything's 100 years old.
True.
In the West here, it tends to be a little newer. But I just wondered if you had any ideas on existing. It's all locked up. Huh? Okay.
Frankly, I think this is the kind of discussions that we need to, there should be nothing that's not on the table. You know, my concern is that, you know, I've been here long enough that I have seen the ebbs and flows of enrollment, you know, increases, building a new school. You know, we get to that point, you know, pretty quickly again. I don't want to see that for your students. We've worked really hard to keep the numbers down that are more manageable. And yet, you know, the numbers are telling us that Liberty is full. You know, that
just to kind of touch on the other side of town, we've got the whole other side that may be developed at some point. They're going to need a school.
Which side are you
we're talking over there by
Nuevo. Yeah.
Paris Lake.
But we already have a site.
We
in
do.
Nuevo.
We do.
If that ever gets built up, we already have an agreement for a site on that one. That's not the issue. The issue is on the south side of our district. That's where all the houses are being built right now. That's the problem.
I understand that, and I had another issue because of the programs that are offered at Liberty are not offered at all the schools. So you do away with some of your equity. Now, Liberty has the CTE programs that some of the other schools may just have ag and an auto shop or something like that. Some of our kids may get pushed out of Liberty and denied inter-district transfers, even if they have their way to get to school and can get there. Of course, there's kids in progress that are already doing these CTE programs. All the planning, what would happen to them, and the realistic completion date of, say we got the land tomorrow, it's still how many years out, so.
Well, and it's not quite 10 years, but it's not tomorrow either. The reason, it was a great question when we purchased the land for Liberty 2009, but part of the, I'll just call it a delay, in not moving through all of the steps sequentially one right after the other, is because when we passed Measure T in 2012, we were expecting state money, and we didn't get that state money. So it kind of put a pretty long pause, actually. But more specifically, if we were to have the land miraculously tomorrow, let's say, and if we could be successful on a November of 2024 bond measure, then it would be very likely that we would have a new school opened, maybe in phases, but the first phase in August of 2029, maybe August of 2030. So not quite 10 years, but also, there is some significant time there, so.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm area 2, I'm Menifee, but I support Harris Union High School District. Okay, so I believe that we need to really keep a close eye on our equity as far as what we're offering over here, that we're keeping up and with the improvements and offering that in the other sites on the other side of town, because that's the way you divide the two cities and create not the greatest environment. Not probably what you intended. Doesn't always come out like it seems.
Right.
I think, to your point, I think that's a different issue altogether in terms of what we're talking about for the bond feasibility. Yes, I agree with you, the program should be available throughout the district, but when we're talking about sites for a school, we're talking about where the student population is currently, where the biggest need is, and we were talking about the southern part of the district, that's where the greatest need is right now.
Right.
And I agree with you on the fact that programs should be available across the district. Everybody should have access to those programs. But I don't think that's the same issue that we're talking about right here with the school sites and the bond measure.
And I think I would comment that I think both things could be true, actually. And the reason for that is the more classroom space we have available across the district at all of our schools, when any one or two schools get at or above maximum capacity, that's when decisions have to be made not to allow a student from another area of the district, to use your example, even though they have transportation and a means to get there, that there's just no space. So when we have more classroom space, so if we were to be able to somehow, build another high school, then we certainly have lots more classroom space, available for all of the students in the district, and there's not this division. So hopefully that helped clarify a little bit.
Well, no.
No, okay,
No.
let me help then.
The closer you are to the mark, let's say you're coming up to capacity at Liberty pretty quickly.
Yes.
And now we have to go with portables. So
Correct.
we're pretty much at the critical need.
Oh, yes, I would agree with
We
you.
discussed it might be
Yeah.
sort of a luxury for a year just to get it set up, but it's going to be filled up just quick.
Yeah.
The other side of town, you can't expect them to pay with the prices. You can't. We just got out of that boat. We held all that money for all of those years because we didn't get those matching funds, and we had to wait and wait and wait. And Menifee got more upset. And they were not happy people.
I remember.
And it's like we keep going around in circles here. To me, but I deal on a bigger. The wheel keeps turning. It just seems like a big corporation to me. So, anyway.
One thing I would just like to add on that, we're talking about 2012 when we passed the bond and we're going to build Liberty High School or whatever, high school number 4 back then. And we weren't able to do it because without the matching money. But when we came to 2018, we only went out and talked to the people about what we knew we were going to be able to do. We're not going to make promises on stuff that we're hoping to be able to do. We made a promise that only the things that we're exactly going to do. And then all of a sudden, we got the extra money that we weren't expecting, then we got to expand more projects. You know, putting the pool in at every school, those type of things, putting MPR in over at Paloma Valley. Those.
Okay. I'm just kind of give you a little warning on what happens to cities.
Yeah.
To me, this is the country. And it's not as country as it used to be, but it's still a nice, really, you know, bedroom community, let's say. It's not a 21-story high-rise city, you know. But when you see the potential for what could happen here, and knowing I know what I'm looking at, I've seen it before, and then those old houses in Sun City start falling down, and they rent them out, and they basically your whole dynamics of the area changes. It's careful, but I think more of, is there another? I have a place in mind, but I can't say it, so I'll tell you guys
Okay,
when I think
okay.
about it. So I'll let you go with that.
Okay. I think the last thing I wanted to make sure I addressed that you commented on is, you know, what are the other plans? You know, if we can't move forward, you know, now or even later, obviously we have to house students. And you may remember in our facilities master plan that we recently presented to you, all of our comprehensive high schools, with the exception of Paris High School, we found every nook and cranny where we could place a portable classroom unit, so that we, you know, we do have a backup plan. Maybe that becomes the plan because for whatever reason a bond isn't feasible, or we place a bond on the ballot and, you know, heaven forbid it doesn't pass, you know, but we, on the facility side, we have to have a plan to house students. A bond measure is one option. A bond measure in November of '24 is one option. A bond measure delayed to '26, maybe even '28 is another option. Portables is another option, and there may be a lot of other options too, but that's just me running them down. I think tonight, while it's not an action item or anything for the board, I think Dr. McLarney said it very clearly in the beginning, you're not making a decision tonight on a November 2024 bond. It's on the next slide, but that would come, I think it's August 5th, isn't it, Joy? Before August 5th, something like that. August 9th? Or, yeah, or yes. So I think tonight, we're just looking for direction from the board. Would you like us, you know, to stop this altogether? Would you like us to, you know, do a temporary, you know, pause and look at this again after the beginning of the year? We can certainly bring it. Generally, the way we do these is similar to like what we did in the study session, is kind of just hear the comments of the board and take your direction at that point.
Personally, from what I'm hearing, is hit the brakes for now. I mean, that's what I'm kind of feeling. I don't know any other way at this point. There's too much up in the air there's too many unknowns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think people have bigger issues that, you know, maybe someone young who's willing to start a family, not even thinking about that far out. And
Right.
so, I mean, I don't know. I think, you know, for us, you know, let's figure Liberty out. Let's make sure that they're where they need to be. Let's make sure when Polo's done, that they're taken care of, and whatever student needs that we need, we're able to house them within the 2 sites that we have. And, you know, if we're looking at building another high school, I mean, what is that, 3,000 students? At what point are we gonna get the growth of 3,000 students? And I know at the time that you threw out 29, 30, personally, I don't see that growth here with cost of housing, everything. I don't see it, but I mean, so, since you mentioned on the direction, I mean, I'm just gonna say, what, and I might be speaking out of turn, but it just seems like that's, I think, the message that I'm hearing from the rest of the board. Without anybody saying it, so I figured it right now.
Well, I think you have some valid points on that one. I personally would agree with number one, just pause right now. The economy could turn in one direction or another, we just don't know. Like you said, there's just too much stuff up in the air. I wouldn't mind considering like a tracking survey down the road, just to see which way it's trending. But I know for a fact if it came down to a decision today, I wouldn't put it on the ballot for the 2024 without seeing something happen one way or another within the next half year or so. So I vote for number one. Just pause and let's let stuff sit for a bit and see what happens with the economy. Let's see what the feeder districts are going to do. Let's see what a lot of the things are going to happen. So that would be my recommendation.
So it sounds like we have the direction on where to go right now.
Okay, and then to answer, I want to make sure I answer your specific question since you're board president now. Having heard the feedback of the board, then what will happen next is I'll work with Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett will work with you, and then we'll set up a calendar to then agendize what those items are and which ones would then be action items by the board. Does that make sense? I didn't feel like I answered you very clearly. All right, any other questions for Dr. Good, Tim, Joy, or I? All right.
Just thank you for everybody for all the information. I appreciate it.
All right, moving on. 13.2, discipline and multi-tiered update. Marvin Atkins and Emil, I can never say your last name. Yep.
have two people, but we didn't know the work is being done across the board. And as you see, we're really focusing on those C violations. So we have Sarah Peer and Brett Layton. Sarah's from Paloma Valley and Brett is from Paris High School. So I'll turn it over to them.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Peer, and again, I'm from Paloma Valley.
And I'm Brett Layton from Paris High School.
Yes, sorry. That's right. We are representing, there's 5 of us, and we're here representing them also in their high schools. And we have started facilitating groups and individual interventions on campus. Several of us are doing presentations and parent workshops and stuff that we have going on. Also, really trying to get to the core of what's going on in these kids and understanding their triggers. And that's a big thing that we're kind of like trying to understand and then kind of incorporate those healthy coping strategies and utilizing that type of stuff. And then guiding them in making attainable goals and then like celebrating those small successes, because it's a real problem on campus, substance use, and it's growing, and the need is great for us there, and we see that. Do you want to speak on the support?
Speaking on the support, we have to understand that support has to move past just we're in the school, but we also are creating preventative strategies where we want to incorporate the teacher's input, the parents' feedback, and also connecting and being associated with some of the local community resources.
Some of the data that we wanted to share too is, so a lot of our tier 1, our tier 2 interventions, a lot of them come, I wanted to say because our tier 2 interventions go beyond these outline services. A lot of them, our students are often seeking support during challenging moments and approaching our office for these brief interventions. And many of our tier 2 interventions involve students proactively seeking assistance when tempted to engage in these behaviors such as going to the bathroom to vape. So instead of going to the bathroom to vape, they're coming in to see us. So these are the type of alternative strategies that we're utilizing there. Engaging in those brief discussions where we're trying to figure out what is being triggered right now, what is happening right now. We had an influx of, especially over this week with finals weeks, the stress is there. Yes. And a lot of them are coping with substances. And this is where we're seeing that and trying to kind of wrap around them in that support. And we're seeing that they're coming and they're trying to figure this out themselves too and proactively approaching. And they're the ones coming to us as we've built rapport with them on campus. They're understanding who we are. It took a little bit of work, we'll say that, but now we're there and it's been great, and I think we're doing great work there. The numbers though is that the tier before that was quickly is like the tier 201 is like a lot of those are those brief interventions of students coming in, and then
the 139, same thing.
Yeah, and then we're seeing an influx of that. This data was from last week when we did it. If I gave you the numbers today, it would actually be 100 more than what I have there. And that's just from them coming in and doing those brief interventions. Testimonials. A big testimonial I want to share is really the fact that they just keep coming. They're just coming in and they're wanting to talk. A lot of them just say that it's a safe space. You know, they know there's no judgment, there's no shame there. They're there to be accepted, and because we're really wanting just to support them in the need that is going on. They're coping with stress, anxiety, family stuff going on in their homes, trauma, and for us to be there is just that, is to really give them that support.
Okay. That's good? Good.
Oh, he gets his now.
Yeah,
His testimony.
Go for
Sorry.
it.
Yeah, so I just wanted to share kind of a quick story about what's been happening at Paris High School. So we found at Paris High School that we have a lot of kids who are making a lot of wrong decisions, such as using substances, maybe getting involved with gangs, and just a lot of problematic things, and they're kind of heading down that wrong path. So Mr. Santos met at the beginning of the year. He wanted to address this. So we created this group titled the Boys and Men, where there's a couple of teachers where we come together and we want to try to wrap our arms around these students and show them that there are a different way, a different direction they can head. So recently we had a field trip where we took them to the Chicano Museum in downtown Riverside. And just the look on their face for kids to leave Paris. A lot of them have never been to a museum to learn about their history and their culture. And the most amazing thing that I could take from that was having the conversations to express to them the importance of you can change and that we're here to help you. So it was just a phenomenal experience. And we still, every time I see them, when are we going on another field trip? So just to be a part of that was just such an amazing opportunity. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Before we go to the next service provider, I do want to also highlight that I was able to set in on one of the educational moments from our drug interventionalists. They were actually able to bring paraphernalia for that drugs and vapes and all that, and they were actually educating our parents who had never seen that those instruments before, so that they were also aware. So it's that educational piece that's not going to be in the numbers, but they are doing the hard work, and we also thank them for that. So from CMI, we have Marina Cunningham, one of our social workers. So come on up, Marina.
Good evening, everyone. So the social workers, y'all known us for what, the last 2.5 years? So we do a lot. So the quickest way I can describe it is that we are facilitating collaboration between everybody, right? So we're focusing on social emotional needs for our students, and that is whether we are working with the relationship between the student and their community, the student and their family, the student and the school, the student and their teacher, the student and other students. And so the behaviors that come up or the emotions that come up or the break in relationships that come up, a lot of our work is focused on getting them to understand how their actions, their beliefs about themselves, their feelings about themselves and the feelings about the world impact their success in their education. So we guide students in navigating barriers to their education. And so those barriers might be happening outside, those barriers might be happening inside, literally inside the school, but also literally inside themselves. And so our job is to perform biopsychosocial assessments. This is risk assessment. This is understanding what's happening physically, what's happening medically, what's happening in terms of getting food. Do you have access to food? Do you have access to toiletries? Do you have access to the things that help us be successful as students and then further on in life? And so our support looks like making sure that we are providing not only interventions, but also prevention. And so at Tier 1, we're just looking at prevention. That's just the basic education, the basic understanding. What are my emotions? Like, when you come in and you say, I'm stressed, what does stress actually mean? And so the next slide, I'm gonna get into that for the testimonial, but we start with that prevention. We start with that, okay, what are the words, what is the vocabulary, so that when we get to the diving in for Tier 2, what is actually the issue at Tier 2? So that we're providing the correct services in the correct department. And so for our CARES team, we are very close, and we make sure that when the interventions that are happening on the discipline side of the house, we're taking into consideration the social emotional piece. And so 57 Tier 2 interventions, when we did this, we are up by 7, so I think we're, the numbers go up every day, right? And then same thing for Tier 3 intervention. So thankfully this week, I'm not even gonna say it because I will jinx it, we still have one more day. So we're gonna move. So up top I have a quote, "Thank you for always helping me through my hard times." That's kind of the gist of the feedback that we get. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a safe space. I love talking to you. Can I stay here forever? Typical. So my testimonial actually features a little bit of data from a workshop that we did last week on stress, and I just want to give you a snapshot. This is what we do in our sessions. This is what we do in our groups. This is what we do with our parents. But basically, we give information. We provide information. We provide opportunities for discussion. You can see up here we have a student writing down. Stress to one student is feeling overwhelmed. It's emotional. It's worried. It's exhausted. It's pressured. And if you learn how to use those words, then we can actually tailor our interventions to the issue. Just coming in and saying I'm stressed is not enough. We need to know what is actually going on with you, because this is an anger issue, because that means that our intervention needs to be focused on why are we angry? How do we cope with being angry? And so in this case, 100% of our students came in and said, I'm stressed. I understand what stress is. Yet, when we finished the presentation, your understanding or your definition of stress changed. You have a new understanding, and we've actually moved our students from feeling, yes, I know how to cope and manage with stress, to very much, yes, I know how to cope with stress. And so we also get feedback from them. What do you want to know more about? Do you want to know about burnout? Do you want to know about deeper emotions and all of that? So that is a snapshot of what the social workers do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you very much. And I would like to bring up one of our ATS teachers, Alternative to Suspension, Mr. Adam Contreras.
Mr. President, Superintendent Bennett, members of the board, cabinet, my name is Adam Contreras. I run the Alternative to Suspension classroom. I would also like to throw out another name, Haley Badham. Her and I, we run the ATS program. And I truly get the honor and the privilege to talk about the ATS family, because it's not just a program. We've created a safe space for students to go. We truly break down the barriers, because when they go in, they commit a suspendable offense. And we work to break down those barriers, and we facilitate and guide through the restorative circles and ATS curriculum. We get down to the root of what happened. Why are you smoking? Why are you fighting? We get down to that. There's tears, there's hugs, there's like laughter, and it's what you've guys created and allowed to happen on these campuses is truly changing lives. We're able to truly live out our passion as teachers. This is my passion. ATS, I was meant to do this. So was Haley and these other ATS teachers. And it's been an honor. And we get down again to what happened, because it allows us to dig deeper. We find out what makes them mad, what makes them happy, what motivates them. Again, why did they do what they did? Ultimately, to support them. And when we ask them, part of the curriculum, what's one person that you could go to when you're feeling down or upset? And the sad part about it is the majority said they can't think of one person. And so Haley and I, we want to be those people for them. And we have. So when we talk about it's a family, it is a family. Those 55 students are our family. We truly feel that way. And when they leave, they don't leave and say, all right, bye. We have an exit plan with one of the best around, with Dr. Richardson there, such a great leader. And our admin support with Dr. Tejeda, she gives us everything that we could ask for and need. Not for us, but for the students. Because that's what, honestly, it is about. It is about the students. And this safe space, it's open to them when they leave. When we have that exit meeting, we have a great support staff with the CARES team, where we will refer to them, we refer services to them, for them to services, excuse me. But it's open to them. And I will tell you, on a daily basis, we get 2 to 5 students to say hi, to cry. Maybe they're upset, they got in a fight with their boyfriend, girlfriend, or a best friend. They need somewhere to de-escalate and talk to somebody, to say what's up, how's it going. They're mad and they want to punch something, and in the past they would have, but we provided them a space to go to, a safe space where they can let it all out, to ultimately they go back to class so they can learn. And again, those 55 students, only 53 are non-repeat. The other 2 just wanted to be around us more, so they said, okay, I'm going back. And the testimonials are there. The top one, have allergies right around this time, so excuse me. The mom, she thanked us. A student was coping in a bad way where she was self-harming. And so we talked about changing lives, saving lives. I mean, it's happening. Probably not only at our site, but at other sites as well. She joined the wrestling team. Another student found out today she was coping in negative ways. She found something where she's going to join the swim team. And those 55 students, it's not just 55 students, they're passing that on to these other students. So it's not just 55 students, it's more. And it's compounding. So thank you, everybody here, for allowing us to live our passion and allowing us to be who I wish I had in high school. Thank you very much.
The students who go through ATS really do, like Adam said, experience a change. I know in speaking with several of the principals, they've gotten students who have violated an ed code and actually wrote an apology letter to the principals at the schools. And a couple of y'all, yeah, see? So it's really a life-changing experience when they go through ATS. Not only do you have the ATS teacher, but you also have a paraeducator in the classroom with them. And tonight we have Ms. Vanessa Avila, who is a paraeducator at Heritage High School, who could talk a little bit more about from the paraeducator perspective.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Vanessa Avila, and I am a paraeducator at Heritage High School. And I just want to piggyback on what Mr. Contreras said, because everything he was saying, I was like, yes, that's exactly true. And I also want to thank you guys, but most importantly, I want to thank the people at every single site. For our site, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Darton, Mr. Martin, everybody, it's such a team. It's such a family, like what Mr. Contreras said. And it gets me so emotional because I see the work done every single day in our classrooms. And it's such a blessing to these kids. They don't have a lot of support. They really don't. And we are those contact people for them. We take them, I was gonna talk about all the things on my slides, but it's just so important for you guys to know that this is real work that we're doing with these kids. We take them to their counselors, we connect them with resources. We give them avenues that are so different than what they're used to. Because most of these kids, to be completely honest, people just pass them off. They don't, yeah, you know what? He's a thug. Or maybe this kid, he's not smart. But when we're in there, we let them know that they are someone. They can do anything. And they go back out and they do. And tonight even, I was gonna mention like some of the stories that the kids had wrote. What I had on the testimonials was actually what they had written. These kids wrote this stuff, and the funny one on the bottom is that ATS prepared me to focus on school, not to be in the drama. I'm like, yes, you know? But I had a teacher out there in the midst of all the craziness tell me, I wanna tell you that the 2 students that have gone through your guys' program have come back different people. And even these last few days, we didn't have kids in there because of finals. I had been going to the classes, peeking in, checking in, and they'd be like, oh, Miss Vanessa, I'm doing good, I promise, I'm doing good. And when I would check in, they were. So I know it's working. I see it. I see it in the hallways when they say hello, when in the after-school programs, when their behaviors have stopped, when their teachers, like today, hey, these 2 kids are different kids. And it just makes me so proud and thankful to have this. I never thought I would end up in ATS because it wasn't by choice, it's kind of springed up. But I am so grateful, you guys, honestly, I couldn't be more thankful because the thanks is not coming from me, it's coming from these kids that didn't have these resources, and now they do because you guys gave this program to all of us. So I'm very, very, very grateful. Sorry, I get emotional. Thank you.
Now, you heard a little bit from each of the service providers. Now, to continue with the coaching, I've visited each one at least once this semester, but there is one individual who I have to make sure I thank publicly and who has coached them up continually and with each provider and making sure that the systems are there. And I just could not be more grateful for Shaquan Jones, our coordinator. So, Shaquan, come on up.
Good evening, everyone, and I would also like to mention Christopher Tinajero. He was previously at Pentecostés. He was the at-risk counselor. He's currently serving at the district, and he was an intricate part of helping me create this system and helping me create the tools for the sites to be able to track the students' progress and move the students through the system. I have the pleasure tonight to talk about the district data as a whole. You heard the individual school sites, you heard the good things that have been going on, but I think this is really powerful data. Marina mentioned Tier 1, 239 Tier 1 preventative interventions have taken place. That's not students, that's 239. That's a concerted effort to be preventative, to be able to teach kids and equip them with the skills to be to make right choices and to be successful in schools. And that includes classroom presentations, school-wide presentations, events, guest speakers, student activities, and also we're also reaching out to our community and we're also talking to our parents. Tier 2, 929 Tier 2 interventions, workshops, groups, check-ins, and I want to add to what Sarah talked about. That is powerful when a student have a comfortable place to check into. That is a Tier 2 intervention. Instead of going to the bathroom and vaping, that's what we want. That's what the preventative work is doing. We want them to check in with someone so they're not violating the C violation, right? The students know where to go if they have conflict and be able to get help and have a restorative circle take place. So those are Tier 2 interventions. 215 Tier 3 interventions, and that's a lot. You got to think about what takes place daily on a school site. Those of you guys who work on the site and visited the sites, you know a lot of the times we don't have the pleasure of being preventative. We're usually reacting. So the fact that our service providers and our administration staffs have the ability to be intentional and provide individual therapy, also provide outside referrals, address students' needs through the 504 process and through the IEP process, 215 Tier 3 interventions. And then the number of ATS students, this is the total number of students who attended ATS. And I think the most important part to add to what Adam said is that ongoing exit plan. You may hear some teachers say, or some people say, well, your student has gone through the program, but they haven't changed. Well, that's just the start of the program, right? That's where we get to the antecedent. That's where we learn the barriers. I think the most important part of ATS are the ongoing exit plans, and that is connecting the students, just like our rehabilitation. It takes us time to get through a habit, right? So the same thing for our students. When they leave alternative to suspension, they are connected with, based on their need, with the service provider, and they are connected with a mentor, Adam said, they check in with the student, they check in with the teachers. They're also there to support the students, but they also support the teachers. I think the teachers really think it's great that they have a mentor to come in and connect with them. So if they're having issues with the students, they can close that gap and be able to provide that communication so that student and that teacher can have a successful day. And so that's 377 students district-wide that has gone through ATS. So I think these are numbers to be celebrated. Thank you.
So, Shaquan has a slide that I'm going to go back to for a second, because in February, I'll be back here speaking to all of you about special education. There's a number here of that 215. I'm going to share a little sneak peek and tell you right now, our total percentage right now for special ed is 16.2%. That's humongously high. 16.2%. Without the interventions that we have set forth and what you have allowed us to do, I'd be sitting here telling you right now that we'd probably be at 20, 21%. So take that into consideration for just a moment, too. In front of you all, you each have a packet, brown folder, I believe, right? In that brown folder, and I'm not going to read this to you, trust me, it's been a long night. But in that folder, you have these, and if you don't mind just taking a few seconds just to pull that out and take a look at it, please. Because in here, I want to highlight a few things for you. When you look at the Paris High School CARES team, you'll see front and back information. And in that information, you're going to notice data, and you're going to notice all the different things that have been going on. You've heard a lot of these providers who are very humble in not telling you everything that they've done. But I made sure that we captured it here for you, because I wanted you to see it. There's a lot going on here that you may not be aware of. And I want you to take time to reflect on it, look at it. But one of the things that I wanted to notice and point out for you is, when you take a look at the number of students served at Paris High School, 1,491 students were served. 1,491 students were served. When you look at the number of assessments that were done, 21 risk assessments. Those are actual students that have said, I want to kill myself. I want to die. I have a plan. 21 students. Those are 21 students that we would have never connected with if we didn't have this program. When you look at the CARES team at Panacotti, total number of students in ATS, 80 kids have gone to Panacotti. We heard tonight from our teachers there are concerns about behavior at Panacotti Middle School. We know that. We know there's a concern. We're putting a dent in it, and we're going to keep putting more dents into it. And if you look at it, 75 of those 80 students haven't gone back. Heritage High School, 1,033 students have gone through in terms of actually have hands on that student to make sure that they're okay and they're safe. 1,033 kids. It's a huge number. Think about it. Over 1,000 students. Paloma Valley High School, 26 students reported that they wanted to kill themselves and harm themselves. 26 students. And this data was from a week and a half ago. Liberty High School, 113 classroom presentations and workshops. 113. 2,514 total students served. I don't know how we would have ever done that without your support and without granting this opportunity for us. I know, Ava, where are you at, Ava? Come on back. Come on up. Come on up. So one of the things that Ava does for us at Panacotti Middle School and at Paris Lake, absolutely, absolutely. She goes around, and what she's also done is she's given gifts to our students. Those same gifts are in front of you. We would like you, at this moment, to please open those gifts, if you don't mind. Just take a moment, pop them up. The bag and the cup. Both. There's that bag and that little, just take a moment, if you don't mind. All right. Ava, do you want to read what's on these? Or do you want me to do it? You want me to do it? You sure? Yeah. All right. Okay. You're going to find two specific things that I wanted you to see specifically. And it looks like this and like this.
It's upside down. It's upside down.
And while you're finding that, I'm going to read to you the inscription that's on the keychain. We're asking, if you don't mind, to actually put this on your card keys and your keychain. As a token of our appreciation to you for what you've done for our students. May you be proud of the work you do the person you are, and the difference you make.
That's the one that we'll find in the bag.
You'll find this in the bag, and then this in the cup.
Yes.
And then you'll find this in the cup. And in the cup, there's a little, what would you call it, pendant?
It's a pendant.
Little pendant.
Pen pendant.
Thank you for your helping hands. You make a profound difference to others. For the things you make, the hand you shake, and your hand that serve here is the hand that you deserve. A high five to all that you do that makes you the world a better place. Thank you for making our world a better place with this team that you've allowed us to construct, nurture, and develop as we go through this process, and that we hope we continue to grow through that process. Thank you, Ava.
You're welcome.
Now, Mr. Bruff doesn't know this. We were supposed to end it right here, but we had a little side note that we're going to also share. A few years ago, when Mr. Bruff came with this idea of developing this wraparound cares team and thinking about kind of the inception of what we were going to do here and to achieve what we've achieved here tonight, that would not have happened without his vision and without his leadership. And so to Mr. Bruff, my hero, my hero.
I will keep it very short. I want to say thank you, and I was just supposed to end and say that, you know, you see the passion of these people in the room and the love they have for the students that we serve, and we can't disconnect this from where we started this evening. This is not disconnected from teaching or learning or support of our teachers. It is actually very much in support of our teachers with the realization that they lesson plan and they deliver lessons and they grade, and the problems that our students are bringing are too vast for our teachers to do. There needs to be more, and we have the best services in the entire county. And you have the terrible burden of making hard choices. And it's going to be a tough journey. You got to balance everybody who comes before you. But you can't fake the passion in this room and the love they have for the students and the pain that they're dealing with every day. So bless you for making this happen for the previous votes, and I wish you grace on the tough decisions ahead as you support this team, and support our teachers, and support our students, and support this community. It's a delicate balance. But we're changing lives and we're saving lives. These are truly lovely people. And we should not be remiss and forget to thank our principals who carry so much burden and so much weight and have guided and led this work. So thank you all. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
No.
All right, moving along. Item 14.1, discipline, November 2023, monthly suspension reports. It's on? Can you hear me? You can't hear me? You want me to repeat that? Oh, okay. All right, action items, 15.1, personnel, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
All right, any questions, comments? This one's still showing 13.2. We're on 15.1, but mine's showing 13.2. Maybe I gotta refresh. Bam, there it is. All right. Any
So
discussion?
13.2, right?
It sure does.
And now
But
it
it's
says
15.
15.1 down here, okay.
Look, look,
But we should be.
We're at
we already
15.1.
voted, so you have to reload. You have to relog in, and then just join the meeting. There you go. You're good.
all right. Please vote.
Sorry, I took your job.
Item 15.1 is a 5-0 vote. Item 15.2, classified personnel action items. Is there a motion?
Second.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, please vote. (15.2) is a 5-0 vote. Item 15.3, personnel approval of hourly rate increase for student worker. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Any questions, comments? Please vote. Item 15.3 is a 5-0 vote. Item 15.4, building and grounds, addendum number 7 to the Master Architectural Services Agreement with PJHM Architects for the planning and design of the Liberty High School Modular Classroom Addition Project, funded through various facilities, funds at a total cost not to exceed 221, oh, wait, that's a comma. Is that right? 221 million? 21,250. Yeah, well, I saw the comma. Okay, thank you. And not the general fund, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, please vote. Item 15.4 is a 5-0 vote. Item 15.5, building and grounds, award of bid number 112223, Liberty High School fencing relocation project to Everfence Incorporated, funded through various facility funds in the amount of $69,420, not the general fund. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any question, concerns, discussion? Please vote. Item 15.5 is a 5-0 vote. 15.6, business approval of the 2023-24 first interim financial report with a positive certification of the Paris Union High School District financial condition, no physical impact. And it looks like we have Mimi Capistrano. Oh, can't say.
Surprise.
Oh, wait, do we have to do
We
a motion
should have a
first?
motion, a
Oh,
second
sorry.
before we
Is there a
do.
motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
All right.
Take it away.
Okay, so I am not Mimi Capistrano. I'm Candace Rains, who you all know and love. I don't have any gifts for you. Judy did tell me she could bring in some COVID supplies if
That's
you
not
really
true.
want some
That's not
things.
true.
Oh, I do. I brought you poop. Yes. I'll let that be on the record now. Oh, my goodness. So just a couple of thank yous before I get started. I'm not Mimi. Mimi's not here tonight. I shared with you earlier. She's dealing with a health issue with her husband. I also want to thank Nathan, who's in the audience, our wonderful accounting supervisor, who in her absence has been my right hand in all things fiscal. So thank you, Nathan, for filling that gap. And I will be brief. I know it's been a long night. So just a quick reminder about our budget and financial cycle that we go through year after year after year. So we start with our adopted budget in June. Since our adopted budget back in June, we've had an enacted state budget. Unlike last year, we did not have to do a 45-day revision. We've had unaudited actuals, so how did we close the books for last year? And now we're at this point in time. And the first time we're really bringing an updated budget to you in a formal capacity for your approval and certification tonight. So that's first interim that we're here to talk about. Things will change since first interim. As soon as we vote on this, or you vote on this tonight, things will change because they always do. We'll have the governor's January budget proposal coming out just next month, followed by second interim. We won't have to do a third interim, I can assure you. And then we'll have our May revision. So perhaps the single biggest change from adopted budget to first interim is our enrollment and our ADA in terms of the current year and the out year projections. So I wanted to show this chart here both so you could see our historical in the yellow bar chart enrollment, and then our historical ADA, which is the line there. And so two things are important to notice here. We are still a growing district. We are not a declining enrollment district. We did project to grow by 5% between last year and this year, but we only did grow because we have our final numbers now. We take that census in October of every year. We only grew by just under 2%. So we are still growing. We just didn't grow quite as rapidly as we projected. That tends to level out. If you have in a growing district, you might have a high year next year. But nonetheless, to be conservative, we reduced our growth percentage in the 2 out years, the 2 years coming, from 3% down to 2%. So still showing growth, but just a little bit less growth, because we always want to be conservative, especially on the fiscal side. Hopefully that makes sense. And so that's one important thing to take from this slide. The second is the line chart, the line in the chart, so to speak. And so you can see our ADA to enrollment yield or capture rate, that percentage, pre-pandemic has always been right around 93%. Last year and the year before, it's tough, even with my new glasses, it's really hard to see those exact numbers, but last year we were at 87.66. We budgeted going into this year, and we remain at 87.86 in terms of, so that's quite a bit lower than our normal capture rate. But that's the trend we've seen. It is only a trend for 2 years. That's not usually a good indication of a trend, but all we have is the data we have post-pandemic, and certainly the times have changed. We hope that improves. That will certainly improve our budget picture, but this is what we are budgeting and what's included in first interim, so that's important to note. This depicts most of the same information, but just in a different manner. So the top table there deals with enrollment, which I'll discuss first, and the second deals with ADA, or average daily enrollment. So you can see for 23-24 at adopted budget, we projected there would be that 5% growth, meaning 11,261 students. The number we're using for first interim is 9,000. Let me start over again, 10,928, which is an increase of 1.89%. Sandy did let us know that she's certifying CalPADS today, and that number actually is going to be 10,929. So we'll have to scold Mimi for that later. She was off by 1 in her projection for first interim. I'm just teasing. So that is an enrollment decrease in the current year, again, from projection. And I want to clarify, that's not an enrollment decrease from last year. That's an enrollment decrease from the projection. It is still a growth from last year of 333 students. And then moving into the out years, you can look in the last year there, it's a decrease from the projection by 578, but still a growth of approximately 2% in each of the 3 years shown there. Similarly, ADA, we had to decrease our ADA projections because we were decreasing our enrollment projections. So that's just a quick summary there. So what else is in our first interim multi-year? What are those assumptions that we're using? So we are using the 8.22% COLA for this year. That is the statutory COLA. For next year, we are using 3.94 for interim, though that will not happen. It will not be that high. And 3.11 for 25-26. 24-25 is looking somewhere in the 1% range, but we do not have an updated dartboard. That will come with the governor's January proposal, and at that time we'll make those revisions. And I'm going to show you a scenario of what our interim would look like if we use different projections. So I won't just paint a rosy picture here for you. So keep that in mind. The enrollment growth, and ADA, I talked about all of that. We also include our unduplicated pupil percentage, or UPP. which generates our supplemental and concentration dollars, and so you can see those percentages there. Our STRS rate remains the same throughout all of the years of the multi-year projection, but the amount that the district pays for PERS, so for our classified employees, is increasing each of the year. So those are fixed costs associated with all of the salary costs that are included in the budget, covered in part by those COLA increases, even though COLA, is going to be lower next year. So I want to take a real quick look at what our LCFF calculation looks like, both for the 7th and 8th grade span and the 9th through 12th grade span. So all of those calculations work where we look at what was our base grant last year. So if we look in the 9 through 12 column, 11,102, we apply COLA to that. We come up with a new base grant. We apply a grade span adjustment to it. In this case, it's only for 9 through 12 that receives that in terms of our grade spans. And then we have our adjusted base grant per ADA. So again, for 9 through 12, $327 per student. We then add our supplemental and our concentration. You can see those amounts there. And so our total LCF funding on a per ADA basis, not enrollment basis, but students that come to school, is $15,372 per student. So what does all that mean in terms of what does the multi-year projection look like? And so you can see that on the slide in front of us here. So we are projecting to end this year with $23.5 million, or a 10.96% ending fund balance. If you look just to the left of the column I'm referencing right now, you can see we ended last year with 19.44%. So we do have large ending fund balances, large reserves. That is a result of all of the one-time money that we received as a result of the pandemic in the restricted general fund, and all of any allowable expense that we were able to move from the unrestricted general fund, which is what you're looking at here, into the restricted general fund. We did that intentionally so that we could build our reserves to plan for one option at times like we're about to face. And so you can see that ending fund balance get smaller and smaller each of the years of the multi-year projection, ending in 25-26 with $12.6 million or a 6.03% reserve. I will say a 6.03% reserve, depends on who you talk to, could be considered a healthy reserve because it's double what the state requires as the minimum, but the minimum is way too low. But really the most important thing we have to pay attention to in our budget is that third line from the bottom. And we have a structural budget deficit because in every single year, the revenues we receive do not cover the expenditures that we anticipate, or in the first column, our actual expenditure. So we have lots of discussion to have about that and how and when we solve that, because we are good through 25, 26, if this is the picture and this has the higher COLAs and that sort of thing, but it will necessitate some cuts as revenues go down. So that's the bad news. I definitely, again, don't want to leave you with that rosy picture, even though we were still deficit spending. I wanted to show you a scenario. What will this if nothing else changes in this set of circumstances that I showed you on the previous slide, if COLA next year goes down to 1.27, which is the latest estimate from the Legislative Analyst's Office. Now, we will not have statutory COLA, the actual number, until the spring, so we have a best guess, so we're using 1.27 right now. Similarly, we're using 2.7 for 25-26, just to show you what we're going to be facing, what you will likely see when we present second interim to you. And so you can see 1.58% is our ending fund balance in 25-26. Yes, Mr. Campos.
On the certificated salaries and the classified salaries, are those including management? So that would be considered a certificated management and then classified management. Is there any way to get a separation of certificated, classified, and then management, just so we have that?
There is. And it's funny, just before you asked that question, I could almost feel Nathan like putting daggers in my back and telling me telepathically, Candace, you forgot to say something that you were going to say. And I think it's in line with one of what we heard from one of the speakers tonight. There's this huge increase in management costs between last year and this year. He's absolutely correct, there is, and that's because of the way employees are, Kirk could speak more eloquently to this, but the way our employees are classified. So all of the people that you heard, almost all of the people that you heard in the Ed Services previous presentation are management level positions. In fact, there's 20 of them that we added to the budget, but they're in the the restricted general fund. So when you look at the combined general fund, yes, you see that increase. What I can assure you is, I know they're not shown broken down like you're asking, and I can certainly get that to you all. That's not a problem at all. But going from this year that we're in currently to next year, there are no new management positions, and I think that may have been perhaps what was trying to be portrayed. I don't know. I don't want to make any judgments
And I'm
there.
just asking
Yeah.
for transparency. That way,
Correct.
at least I know.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking at costs, when a statement like that is made, then you can debunk it, or do whatever. You can look at what your numbers say and say, well, you know, that is essentially not true, or it is true. And so
Correct.
just, I guess, the transparency.
And it's not
that
here
way- that
because
would
if
be
I
helpful.
was to present it, so the document that's attached that you're approving that you had in your agenda packet, that information is in there. I will tell you, it is not the most reader-friendly document, but it's the required format from the state. What I will do is Nathan and I will work to put it in a much more reader-friendly format for you so that you don't have to go through, I don't know, 100-plus
Well,
pages.
It's helpful because when you give us the projections, you break it down into 3 categories.
Correct.
So that we know, hey, you know what, a 1% is blah, 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 blah. It just would make it, I mean, for me, a little bit more visual, a little bit more helpful.
Yeah, we're happy
would
to
at
do
least
that.
know where we're at.
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to, let you know where we would be with COLAs that are more in line with what we probably most likely will be seeing when we come to January. And then the last thing I wanted to show you, because I don't want to end on a bummer, right? Even though I brought you treats, right? Remember that when you're thinking about me. We talked a lot about attendance. And so what would our budget look like? I talked about that variance in pre-pandemic and post-pandemic and our ADA capture rate. So if we were to increase our ADA capture rate to 90%, not even to the 93% that we were pre-pandemic, look at that difference. I'm just going to slide back to the other slide here. We go from I've told you before, look at the bottom right of this all the time. That's the most important thing besides the deficit spending. We go from 1.58% up to 5.22%. We're still deficit spending. We still have a structural budget deficit problem. But it does help improve things. Poor Nathan had to run a whole bunch of scenarios for me, and I can't show all of them. We'd be here all night. But if we went up to 93%, our structural budget problem has actually gone away. So anyway, just interesting. It's food for thought. But that is our first interim presentation for you tonight. We do recommend a positive certification, which essentially says that based on the current projections, we will meet our financial obligations this year and the next 2 years. We will, of course, revise our budget after we get the January governor's proposal with second interim. I tried to be fast. Are there any questions, though? But I don't want to just step away real quick. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, item 15.6, if you vote, please. Item 15.6 is a 5-0 vote. Moving on to 15.7, business authorization for purchase of capital equipment above $10,000, December 2023. Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
Any questions, comments? Please vote. Item 15.7 is a 5-0 vote. 15.8, business authorization for purchase orders above $50,000, December 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions, comments? Please vote. Item 15.8, was it 5-0? Okay. 15.8 was a 5-0. Information item 60.1, curriculum revised art course, visual communications meets 8 through G requirements. 16.2, curriculum revised English courses, ERWC 11 and ERWC 12 meets 8 through G requirements B. Item 16.3, curriculum revised VAPA course, cinema studies meets A through G requirements G. 16.4, curriculum, new CTE health, science, and medical terminology sector, patient care pathway courses, RCOE, intermediate kinesiology, RCOE, advanced kinesiology, RCOE, applied kinesiology, RCOE, intermediate sports medicine, and RCOE, advanced sports medicine, all meet A through G requirement G. 16.5, revolving cash report, November 2023. And then item 17.1, do we need to go to closed session?
No.
Perfect. Item 18.1, reconvene in public session if necessary, so let's skip that. 19.1, other items by the superintendent.
I just want to say thank you for the group that stayed in this whole time. Unnecessary, but we're glad you were here, supporting what's going on with our other people. Also want to wish the board a very Merry Christmas and enjoy your holidays. And we'll come back in January 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Item 20.1, other items by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say good luck in your retirement, Mr. Bruff. We will miss you. I don't want to start another standing ovation. I think 2 is enough for tonight, but I'm just teasing. I hope you have a very nice retirement and whatever you intend to do. And like I said, we'll miss you. And everybody else, I'd want to wish Merry Christmas and hope you guys stay safe over the holidays. Thanks.
Trustee Campos.
You know what? Yeah, thank you, Bob, for everything you've done. You know, at least in my short time here, but obviously you leave a legacy far beyond what I know and can attest to. You know, the one thing that I guess, you know, tonight was kind of a rough night. One of the things that I see that kind of concerns me is the lack of communication. We have, you know, we're a school district, we're an organization, and when it seems so simple to think we should all be pulling on the same rope, it doesn't feel that way. You know, tonight I think the presentations were great. You know, I see the passion, you know, that kind of passion that Mr. Contreras has is infectious. It's infectious to everybody who's around them. You know, I think, you know, Mr. Atkins, you bring that as well with your staff. You know, the one thing that I was kind of a little bit, kind of my mind was swirling, is I felt like they're trying to justify their jobs. And I hope that that seed isn't being planted in them, that they're not valued, and that their jobs are on the line, because that's not coming from at least me as an individual. And I don't know, you know, the rest of the board can speak for themselves. You know, I think we're in a situation, in an opportunity that we can do great things. You know, we have to take a look at our LCAP budgets, and we have to take a look and see how we're spending the money. And I think that the money being spent there is well spent. And so please tell them that on my part, you know, they're doing a great job. You know, I can see the passion in there, but I just kind of felt uneasy, like it's a plea. And I hope that's not the message that's being sent out to them, because I think they're valued. I think that the work that we're doing organizationally is phenomenal. But there's a lot of things that, you know, that are mentioned that kind of spin around in my head. You know, they're mentioning some of the things that they're doing, the 504s and the SSTs. And so for me as an educator, what concerns me there is like, okay, if that's the situation, then what are the administrators doing? What are the APs doing? Because usually I know a lot of times they were caught up in doing a lot of that, but then they're bringing on safety issues. And they're talking about the issues that are out there. And you know, the administrators aren't taking care of some safety issues. You know, we're hearing about the vaping. And I realize it's as prominent as it is. And they know they can go to a bathroom and do it. That's a security issue. And so for me, there's a lot of things that are out. There's a lot of work to do. And I don't think any of us got into this profession not understanding that and not knowing that. And our job is to try to mediate it to the best that we can. and to make sure that when we're looking at our LCAP goals, and we're looking at everything that we're looking at, we're weighing things and we're prioritizing them. You know, when I look at the LCAP priorities, you know, I was writing them down, and I think that the LCAP goal 4, I think the home connection is very important. That'll lead to, obviously, them in their language arts and their math skills and their literacy, which is going to prepare them for the future. That's going to leave us far beyond that. I think Mr. Layton made a great point about taking them to the Cheech Museum. That's awesome. And that's one thing that I think I've tried to advocate for that on several occasions. I know Ms. Vallejo mentioned the theater arts and the theater there. That's extremely important. And I think these are all the things we have what it takes, I think, to do everything that we want to accomplish. And I don't ever want anybody to feel that the messaging is coming that, you know, your job is on the line, because that's a terrible place to feel. It's a terrible place for teachers to come in and say that, you know, the morale is down, that, you know, they've got classes and all this other stuff. And I don't want to end on a bad note, because the reality is I'm hopeful. I'm positive in the sense that we're going to figure it out, because I think we have the people. The question is, do we have the money? You know, but I think we have the people, and we'll be creative. We'll be smart about it. You know, and I know sometimes I'm kind of all over the place, but, you know, this to me was very important. You know, this was in mine, and I don't think it was just there by accidents, is there's no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. Now, as a youth, I wanted the elevator.
Right.
As a 52-year-old man, I realized I got to take the stairs. I realized that there's a lot of things that I have to consider, and that's why I ask a lot of questions, you know, and I might ask questions that people don't like, and I apologize for that, but I think they're the questions that we have to be asked. That's why I ask about, you know, the percentages of the Hispanics that are, or the Spanish-speaking surveys, because that's who we're going to also be putting that burden on. And that burden, for me, isn't a light burden. We're going to be putting it on the elderly community that's in a retirement. And so when all these things are going on, I'm like, wow, there's a lot here. But the good news is, I think we have what it takes to resolve it all, to make sure that, you know, everybody is taken care of. We're not going to get everything done, but I think at the end of the day, at least within my term, you know, within my 4-year term, I think there's going to be changes that are positive and that are limiting, I guess, the casualties in the sense that, you know, of job or this, that, and the other. But I think it's going to be something that's going to be a good, fun 4-year ride, at least for me, because I see what we have, I see what we're working with, and, you know, I don't want to say I'm excited, but because there's a lot of tough things that are coming on in the future. But I definitely feel that we have the right team, we have the right people in place, and we'll continue to make the right decisions. So thank you guys for what you do. You know, we might not ever agree on things or see things the same way, but my goal in the end is, are we pulling on the same rope? We're here for kids. You know what I mean? And we can put aside what we do and make sure that it's always at the bottom level, that we're making sure those kids are taken care of. So with that note, have a Merry Christmas. You know, God bless all of you guys and your families, and enjoy the holiday season. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Vallejo?
Yeah, I also want to echo on what Trustee Campos said. We know that there's a lot of struggles going on within our district, and you know, there's a lot of complaints, and there's some unfairness going on, but we just want to let you guys know, like, please don't lose hope. Like, we are listening, we are here, we're constantly talking about it together as a team, and we're always trying to find new ways to just try to really make it better and how to make this more fair, because that's pretty much all our whole philosophy is making things fair and to make sure that you guys are here and you guys want to be here to work for our students. That being said, I forgot to ask this. Sorry, guys. I forgot to ask a question earlier because we were talking about Mr. Bruff, and then I started like almost crying, so I forgot to ask this question. But I just want to ask really quickly, just a very quick explanation regarding the MTSS program. I'm in full support of it. You guys know I always have been, but I just had a question on how do we kind of draw the line between like let's just say for example, a student has brought like a knife to school the second time. How do we know that we are helping the student the best way we can to where it could harm the general public if it goes any further?
So there's some, what we call the big five, and those are non-negotiables. They would be mandatory expulsion. So bringing a firearm, selling drugs, sexual assault, I'm losing my, brandishing a knife where you actually wield it and attempt to hurt someone, and explosives. Those are straight to expulsion, and we would never jeopardize the safety of our students. The other things, a knife can be an interesting kind of narrative. A kid who works at Stater Brothers and had a knife in his backpack and just forgot to take it out, well, that kid doesn't need to be expelled. We need to talk to that kid and say, don't do this again. Kid who brings a knife because he might get in a fight, now we're in a real gray area, and he probably does, he or she, needs to be suspended and some real intervention work done. So it's hard to answer that in a very short space, but dangerous actions are non-negotiables. And Mr. Atkins could speak to, we've had a lot of kids we're also expelling, sadly, despite all these interventions. So, we never make those concessions when student safety is involved and employee safety is involved.
And one of the things that we've been doing this year is we've had AP Institutes, which is hour and a half each we've had one a month, I think, where we've brought in experts in discipline, student discipline. And Maria Bravo has come in and done a session. We've trained our APs on Title IX and how to identify. And for next semester, we're going to be having Mr. Skorpanich talk a little bit about frisk and how to do that. And so it's training up our APs and how to identify danger and how to go through the due process appropriately.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more quick question. Did you guys also include or have done already a session regarding like Narcan and how to administer them, and then also like administer the Narcans? Because I know,
Yeah, it happened at the PD days,
Okay.
and it happened at one of the AP institutes that our nurse, Bevy Escobar came in and trained our APs and trained at PD days.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want to say thank you to all the staff from NTSS who came, because they're actually the real heroes. They all do the actual work. And to know that they can handle so much emotionally for them too, hearing these students, that's something that I really appreciate about this whole concept that we have as a district. I can tell you a lot of people are jealous because we're doing phenomenal. And I just want to say that to me, I get very passionate and motivated to be here because this is something that has been long overdue. And to just see those testimony of students, you guys changed their whole lives forever. And this is a whole domino effect where they're gonna influence someone else to be better. So I really appreciate you guys all for that, because this is a group effort. And even you guys who are the masterminds in this as well, you guys are a huge part of this, and I really appreciate that you guys do it with such passion, because I can see it. Lastly, I do want to congratulate President Garcia and Vice President Campos, because you two are the trustees that really always go above and beyond. We all do, but I can see that you guys have a lot of passion for it, and when there's always something that needs to be talked about, you guys are always asking questions, are always on there, are always so passionate about it, and always want to make change for that. So I'm very happy that you guys are leading this year, and I can't wait to learn a lot from you guys.
Thank you. Trustee Stafford?
I'd just like to say congratulations to Mr. Bruff, and today's meeting was different. And the difference was, in coming from your department, this took the numbers off their back. This made them real people. And it was so important to see that. So we might have felt we knew what they did, but, that knowledge is a little gray sometimes, and we don't quite remember all the facts, but this really put it together so we can see how valuable. We have to be reminded too, we're not always as sharp as we want to be. So, but thank you so much, and your people. Also, thank you to the teachers for coming out and letting us know what's on their minds. I mean, they are the backbone of the district. To all the departments, that we all work together and understand each other, that we all have a role, that we feel that we can say the hard things that we have to say. We can, we're all leaders in some respect. That's why you're in the room, I think. And you put a lot into it, and it's thoroughly appreciated. I really do appreciate it. So have a good Christmas, and enjoy your families, and take care of yourselves. And we'll see you on the 4th.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to try to keep mine short because everybody said what I feel from my heart already. You all are a huge blessing, and I don't know if you guys understand that when we say this, because we genuinely mean it from the bottom of our hearts. You guys are amazing, and I want to take it above and beyond and say you're a blessing, because to me, that's deep. That's like passion. That's like brother-sister bond, family bond. But we appreciate everything you guys do, and we couldn't be here without each other, you know? So on that note, you all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And then item 21.1, adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? No? Please vote. No. Well, we got another one. Oh, yeah, we got facilities. Item 21.1 is a 5-0 vote, and we are adjourning at 9:14.